Good morning and welcome in. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got some dense fog in some spots this morning, so be careful as you're out there on the roads. We've got your forecast and we've got the traffic, too, coming up in just a couple of minutes. A 15-year-old is waking up at a juvenile detention this morning, charged with shooting another teenager at a WeGo bus stop in downtown Nashville yesterday afternoon.
Apparent teenage suspect fled on foot towards the auditorium, the municipal auditorium here downtown. And the apparent teenage victim was transported to Vanderbilt Pediatrics.
And that police spokesperson tells Channel 4 16-year-old Braden Caldwell died. The 15-year-old was tracked down at an apartment complex on University Court last night. Police say the bus station is normally busy in the afternoons with students heading home from school. And normally there is an increased security presence. A new regulation from the EPA has caused a bit of a panic in Nashville. About 100,000 homeowners received a letter saying their homes have a risk of lead exposure because of their water pipes.
The letters that went out are not any type of a imminent health threat. It's more a notification required by EPA and the state.
That's Sonia Allman with Metro Water Services. She says the city has been using a food-grade chemical to treat the water since the 80s, and the water is safe. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, temporarily closed its doors today out of an abundance of caution, warning of a potentially significant airstrike. Now, this comes a day after Ukraine's military launched the first U.S.-made long-range missiles toward Russia.
A U.S. official telling ABC News 8 missiles known as ATACMS were fired and 2 intercepted. The Kremlin appearing to threaten possible use of nuclear weapons in response, but the Pentagon saying there are no signs it's preparing to do so.
That's ABC's Ian Pannell. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin signed an updated nuclear doctrine yesterday saying the use of those rockets could prompt a nuclear response. We've got more on this coming up at 7:05 this morning. Dan talks with foreign policy expert Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
It's been a mixed day of trading with the Dow in the negative on concerns over the Russia-Ukraine war. But the S&P and NASDAQ trading higher thanks to technology stocks like NVIDIA, which rose 4%. The company's earnings report comes out tomorrow. The Dow lost 121 points. The S&P added 23. The NASDAQ grew 196 points. Walmart added 3% after posting better than expected earnings. Super Microcomputer jumped 32% after it filed a plan to keep its stock listed on NASDAQ's exchange.
Now, stock futures this morning are ticking a bit higher. We've got Dow futures up 72, the NASDAQ futures adding 15, and S&P futures up 5 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Not a lot of problems on the roads this morning. Roads actually look pretty clear. Now, you do have construction set up in a number of spots, but the big thing to be careful of this morning is there's a lot of fog, and there's a dense fog advisory, in fact, for much of the area until 6 o'clock this morning. So be careful as you're out there traveling on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on into your Wednesday, November 20th. Joan Jones, Johnny B here as well. You guys see this SpaceX launch yesterday in Texas? I'm watching this. And I noticed our own Senator Bill Hagerty was there. He was there along with Elon Musk and Senator Ted Cruz and a lot of other folks. Donald Trump, of course, was there. And it's kind of funny. I took a picture of the TV screen and I sent it to Hagerty's people and I said, why is he there?
Good for you.
Yeah, I was like, because the cabinet members are being picked. And I just thought it was interesting that a senator from Tennessee, who has long been discussed as not only a possible member of the transition team, I don't think that's happened, but also a possibility that he might become a member of Donald Trump's cabinet. And there he is, just randomly out there talking to, he was literally just to the right of President-elect Donald Trump. And so I sent a note to the Hagerty people along with the picture. And I said, what is Hagerty doing there?
Did you get a response yet?
Nope.
You just sent it this morning?
No, I sent it yesterday. Oh. I sent it last night, as a matter of fact.
Interesting.
Yeah, no response from, although I think that, they're in cahoots with like Marsha Blackburn, where it's like, that we had that whole well Dan thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm like on the crap list of our senators, and now I'm like 5 to 9 is like a no-go zone for WTN and the senators.
Great, thanks, Dan.
Listen, I don't know.
It wasn't Dan, it was Chris Hand.
That's right. Yeah, why are we blaming you?
Oh, that's fine, whatever. But I did find it interesting that, because I've often said I don't need all these politicians for my show, but here's the thing that I find interesting. Is that, number one, they didn't respond, and they usually do, which tells me, and I don't believe I'm a no-go zone. I think that there's something going on with Hagerty and President Trump, and I think that there are some sort of possible conversations going on with the senator as a member of the cabinet. You recall that there was a lot of talk about how he was going to be Secretary of State. Ultimately, though, that went to Marco Rubio, but there might be some other things going on. But I thought it was interesting because as we're watching this, CNN also is carrying this, and Jake Tapper is having a conversation and noticing all of these different people that are, surrounding Donald Trump and Elon Musk there in Texas watching this rocket launch. And I want you to listen very closely. Their Trump derangement syndrome does continue. And yesterday we talked about how you've got a lot of people that are saying, well, Trump's incoming administration, the people that are surrounding him, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Dana White, it's like the Avengers is what people are saying.
look at this shot right now coming in live. We got Musk there. We got, I don't recognize everybody. There's President Trump, Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, who is also thought to possibly have a position coming in the administration. Senator Ted Cruz on the left with the shades. Is that Ronnie Jackson on the right with the hat? I can't really tell. What do you make of this? They fashion themselves on social media as this legion of superheroes, this incoming administration. Now you're looking at me like you mean the Legion of Doom.
Like the Legion of Doom. Now, I'm not like a superhero kind of guy, but I'm reasonably certain that whatever the Legion of Doom is, it's not a good thing. So kind of funny, actually. Here's the funny thing, though. Tapper is making fun of the sunglasses that everyone is wearing and trying to make it look like, well, they fashion themselves as a bunch of superheroes. Look, they're all wearing sunglasses. They were looking into the sky at a rocket. So, yeah, of course, you numbnuts. Of course they're wearing sunglasses. They're not fashioning themselves as superheroes. Now, you've got Joe Biden. Conveniently, he forgets, probably has never said anything about Biden wearing his stupid aviators everywhere he goes.
In the jungle.
In the jungle. Wandering into the jungle like he did the other day. So I think they might be having some fun with some social media posts. You know, the people surrounding Donald Trump, people that are, you know, part of his incoming administration, people that, you know, like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, where they're going to be part of this Department of Efficiency, governmental efficiency, that's going to be outside of the federal government, almost like, you know, they're like an outside force. They're going to be watching and seeing where they can be more efficient. So they're not going to be part of the official government. But the thing is that they may be having some social media posts that are fun. But the reality is both sides have their supporters and their surrogates. They said nothing, by the way, Jake Tapper and all these folks, they said nothing when Beyonce and is it Billie Eilish and Oprah and all these folks were out there supporting Kamala Harris. But they're all over Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But clearly, there is a massive difference. Now, Trump's team, of course, we all know, full of successful business people. We've been talking about that quite a bit. You got inventors, you got millionaires, you got billionaires, you've got creators, not just singers and talk show hosts like Kamala Harris and the Democrats had.
Listen, this is one of the most successful people that the world has ever known, and the ability to build businesses and think outside the box and be an entrepreneur. That's a voice that the president really values. But when you look at this totality, this kind of theme that they all think they're superheroes now, there's a little bit more swagger with the Republican Party now because they did win the White House, the House, and the Senate.
You know what? We deserve a little swagger.
Right on.
When you talk about what Donald Trump accomplished, we actually, we damn right we have some swagger. Because we overcame, and Donald Trump overcame massive obstacles. And these are people that are surrounding Donald Trump that, as I said, they should have some swagger. Elon Musk is doing incredible things. Vivek Ramaswamy has done incredible things. Not just for the Republican Party. Elon Musk has done incredible things for America. Vivek Ramaswamy has managed businesses and done things that most Americans can only dream of. So, yeah, random CNN analyst. We have a lot of things to be swaggering over. We have a lot of things to swagger over.
You see it in sports now where people are scoring touchdowns and goals and winning matches and doing the Trump dance. There are Republicans who are feeling pretty cool about themselves for the first time in a long time, but they should stop. The guys should all stop doing the dance unless they're athletes.
The dance is a little weird, but unless...
It doesn't quite work unless you're Donald Trump.
I don't know. I think when Chris Hand and I did the whole Trump thing, I think it kind of worked.
I think it works for everyone, actually. I think they're wrong.
Well, Dan.
By the way, I think I went through five different ways to say analyst. I don't know what the hell I said during like about a minute ago. I'm like, now what was I trying to say? Analyst is what I was trying to say.
Well, it is 5 a.m.
You know what? It is 5 a.m. You know what the great thing is that the 5 a.m. audience, I love them so very much because it shows you how passionate and loyal they are or how infused in hate they are, but whatever. But, you know, they can hear the absolute best and the worst of yours truly because I'm still trying to wake up. Random CNN analyst is what I was trying to say. But they did. They won Congress, the swagger. They won Congress. They won the White House. So, yeah, the swagger is all over the place. And here's the thing. The Democrats and the media, they like to have the Republicans on their heels, right? They always like to have us on defense by calling us racist and Nazi and Hitler and all of that other stuff. And so they don't really know what to do with the Republican Party that looks them straight in the eye and says, we don't give a crap what you call us. We're winning and you're losing. So absolutely right. Republicans do have the swagger. Got a little bit more on this. And what did CNN have to say about Elon Musk? It is all straight ahead. 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
No delays this morning so far on the roads. There was some construction set up on westbound side of 24 this morning, but it appears that that's been cleared away. But you do have some fog that you're dealing with this morning, so careful of some of the conditions out there. About a quarter of a mile is all you can see in front of you. So careful as you're driving. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I think, Joan, the fog is in my head.
It could be.
So, because Johnny and I were talking during your traffic report, and I was trying to figure out, I was looking for the term analyst, but I think I said analyst.
Yeah, I think you did.
Is that what I said? Analyst?
I think that was it.
Good Lord,
it's all
man.
forgiven, honestly.
That's 5 a.m. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
It is 5 a.m. Give me a break, people.
Yeah.
Is anybody giving you a hard time?
You know what? I'm
See,
not
I
even
think
on the
that's all
super
in your
text
head,
line
too.
as of yet.
It's
See-
all in your head.
See, Dan gives himself a hard time.
You know what's not in my head? The proper words. That's what's not in my head.
0194. Dan needs more Space Cowboy coffee.
See, I knew it.
Yeah.
SpaceCowboyCoffee.com. See, this whole bit is a way to give me a way to plug the website for Space Cowboy Coffee. Fog this morning, sunny by the afternoon, a high of 58. And right now, Johnny, the temperature is
55.
55 degrees at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. You know, Donald Trump, as everyone knows, was outspent by hundreds of millions of dollars. Media outlets like CNN, MSNBC, the networks, all gave Kamala Harris and the Democrats glowing coverage and attacked Donald Trump nonstop. So, yeah, you know what? The Republicans should be walking with a little swagger. And they talk about how on this report, CNN, of course, on the screen, they've got the Avengers, they've got Donald Trump, and they've got Elon Musk, and Senator Bill Haggerty is up there as well, and others. And they're comparing them, or they're talking about how some are comparing Trump's incoming administration and the cabinet to the Avengers. And they talk about Elon Musk and how successful he is. And it's obvious they don't like Elon Musk being part of the incoming Trump administration, or at the very least, you know, part of this culture of this Office of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, as we call it and as they call it. And it's clear they don't like that Elon Musk is somebody who has seen a lot of success.
If Elon Musk wants to help fix the federal government, he should get a government appointment, go through security clearances, go through conflicts of interest disclosures, and the like. It's really hard. The idea that he's going to go butt into every agency, he'll have Trump, obviously Trump's imprimatur, no one's going to refuse to tell Musk something or show him documents. Then he goes right back to his private business and uses the information however he pleases. It's really unbelievable.
Not to mention the fact that he has so many government
Well,
contracts.
this
Right.
is where, as I mentioned, is that when the U.S. government decided not to continue its own space shuttle development and advancement, it did outsource to places like SpaceX. And so it's heavily subsidized and now is going to be overseeing the same agencies that have been giving him money and making this profitable.
So as I understand it, again, DOGE, and I keep talking about this, it's not going to be an actual government agency. They'll be working in almost a consulting type of role, an advisory board, if you will. Agencies have to be created by Congress and all that. But, you know, beyond that, where the government failed, Elon picked up the slack. For example, they decided, okay, you know what, we're going to retire the space shuttle program. Elon Musk steps in with SpaceX, and he's done incredible work with SpaceX. Twitter was censoring conservatives at the assistance of the DOJ. So Elon buys Twitter and turned it into X and made it all about free speech. The government decided, again, as you heard, they eliminated the space shuttle program. Elon just picked it up and ran with it. It's amazing. And by the way, when Hurricane Helene hit Florida, North Carolina, East Tennessee as well, FEMA failed. There's absolutely no debate as to whether or not FEMA failed or not. FEMA absolutely failed. And so what did Elon Musk do? He got those folks internet with Starlink. So where the government has failed or where the government has been corrupt, Elon Musk has stepped in. Now, does Elon Musk make billions and billions of dollars through government contracts? He absolutely does. And therefore, he knows all about working with the government, perhaps. He knows where our government and our taxpayer dollars can be used more efficiently. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan Jones has the news at 5:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, there's a shocking teen-on-teen murder in downtown Nashville yesterday in broad daylight, and the suspect now under arrest. We've got that coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is amazing. 526. Johnny, what the heck are you playing? I usually don't like to talk about bumper music, but for the love of all that is holy,
You're
what
the
is
one
this?
you're the one that gave me this.
I did not give you
Yes,
this.
you did.
No.
I think it's
Dan
uplifting,
Mandis.
and the two of you should stop arguing.
Dan Mandis, you sent me these 5 cuts. I've never used this one, but this morning I thought, well, let's use it. But you did send me this.
Obviously, I was stoned.
You must have been. You must have picked this in the hot tub with a few dangrias.
That's exactly right, which is what I'm going to be doing on Friday.
Oh, this sounds nice. It goes with the bubbles in the hot tub and the dangria.
All those cherries in my dangria, right? Anyway, whatever. Take that off the list.
Okay, now I will.
All right. We're gonna have to, so very quickly, and I can't talk about this at any other time, so I'm just gonna say this very briefly, Joan and Johnny. Great news from the corporate overlords.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to be cutting the amount of commercials we run on Nashville's morning news.
What? That's great.
Yep.
That is good news.
I have been on this
Maybe.
for 2 years. I know.
So who's paying the bills?
We've cut the commercials, but Johnny and Joan have been cut too.
I've been on this for 2 years. Perhaps maybe led to my demise as the program director, but you know what? They're finally going to cut the commercials on Nashville's morning news because they run. I mean, I'm just kidding. They run too many. So I think sometime in mid-December they're going to cut those. You know what that means? I've got to come up with more content.
Yes.
I hadn't really worked all that out in my head yet. So anyway, there you go.
Plus, you'll be running your own board and doing the news.
Now, here's the great thing. Oh, trust me, nobody wants me doing news, and certainly nobody wants me running the board. The great thing, though, is that this will give us more time to do more content. I'm very excited about that. I also tried to work in a banning of the Cars for Kids commercial.
Yes.
Couldn't do it.
Did that work out? No.
No. See, what they're doing, Joan, is just for the listeners of Nashville's Morning News, while they are cutting the amount of commercials, they're going to play more Cars for Kids commercials. So there's
See?
that. There's always a catch.
Yeah.
That song just won't get out of your head.
I'm just kidding. 529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, they're bringing back its incredible Black Friday offer. Listen to this. If you need new windows or you're thinking about getting new windows, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. Get 50% off all window styles. This includes bays and bows and double hung, sliders, single hung, picture windows, and a whole lot. To be honest with you, I didn't know there were this many kind of windows, but they are. Just go to windownation.com. Now, this great deal, again, 50% off all window styles, plus pay no interest for 5 full years. And through the end of this month, receive an additional 10% discount. Heating costs are going up again this winter, up 23%. If you don't have Window Nation windows, a lot of your money is literally going out the window with inefficient windows. Get top-tier windows from Window Nation at a fraction of the cost of the other big names. Now, hurry. This sale does end on December 1st, so act right now before this offer ends. Find them online, windownation.com. Get 50% off all window styles, plus 0% interest for 5 full years, and take an additional 10% off as part of that Black Friday special. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And stick around for the forecast and traffic coming up. We do have a dense fog advisory, which is just about to expire in a half hour, but it's still pretty thick in some places. A 15-year-old from Nashville is being held in juvenile detention today, and he'll be charged later on with a shooting of another teenager twice at a bus stop in downtown Nashville, killing that teen. Witnesses and surveillance camera footage led them to a home on University Court where that 15-year-old suspect lives. Police say the bus stop is frequented by teenagers going home after school during the weekdays. A lot of unanswered questions after police responded to a call of shots fired on Snell Road in the Bordeaux section. And when they got there, they found just a bloody porch. This neighbor tells Channel 4 that kind of violence is not normal there.
I literally came outside on my first break and I seen all the police and I was like, wow. It is usually more quiet or it's never something like that is crazy.
A victim showed up at a local hospital with gunshot wounds, and 2 people from that home are being questioned. Well, it's been 30 years since Susan Smith admitted that she killed her 2 little boys by allowing her car to drive into a lake. Well, now the 53-year-old Smith is hoping for a chance for freedom from a parole board. Tommy Pope, though, a former prosecutor at her trial, says that may be a long shot.
Clearly, her conduct in prison has indicated Susan has been thinking about Susan. She's had sex with guards. She's had, adventures with pen pals and social media.
Also, her ex-husband, David Smith, is expected to testify against her release. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock indicators all pointing up this morning, with the Dow futures up 77. We've got NASDAQ futures up 26 and S&P futures gaining 7. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No big delays this morning, but you may be dealing with some fog. A dense fog advisory is on until 6 o'clock this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
538, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Johnny B's here. Joan Jones is here. I'm here. Dan Mandis, how are you? Wednesday, November 20th. A couple of really fun audio bites that I'm going to play real quick. I've got to do the Nancy Mace audio first because it gets a little salty. Now, if you don't know the story, Nancy Mace is bringing legislation basically, and we'll get into the other details later, but basically there is a transgender person that is coming into the House of Representatives. This is a man, my opinion, pretending to be a woman, wants to use all of the women's spaces. And so Nancy Mace has legislation that is basically wanting to ban that specific congressperson from utilizing the women's restroom. And I agree with that. I mean, this is Nancy Mace. If you don't know, she is a rape survivor, and she has been dealing with this PTSD for a long time. And so the last thing that she wants is for a man to, walk into the women's spaces, locker rooms, bathrooms, and the like. So this shocking here, ABC News reporter sees Nancy Mace, goes running up to Nancy Mace and asking her about this legislation. And at the end of the day, it doesn't go well for the ABC reporter.
Here she goes. Here's Congresswoman Mace. Congresswoman Mace, can I ask you a question as you walk here? So the question is, with your piece of legislation about banning women from using...
100% yes.
My question to you is...
And it doesn't go far enough. I'll be filing more bills.
You have said that it was created in response to Congresswoman-elect McBride.
100%. And
but should legislation be created targeted at one specific person?
It doesn't mention anyone in the legislation, but
you've said it was aimed at her.
No, I have said it's a result of this. I'm not going to allow biological men into women's private spaces. I will stand in the brink and stand in the way of anyone on the radical left who thinks that it's okay for a penis to be in a women's locker room or a bathroom or a changing room. Hell no. I am not going to stand for it. And the Speaker said it would be in the House rules package. If it's not, I will be ready with a motion, a privileged motion to force a vote on this. This is not okay. I'm a survivor of rape. I'm a survivor of sexual abuse. And I'm not going to allow any man in any female private spaces.
Now, Speaker,
period. End of story. And by the way, I'm getting death threats from men pretending to be women. Why is it that these crazy people, the insanity, the radical left, are willing to kill women over a man's right to be in a women's restroom?
Speaker Johnson has said he wants to treat every new member with the words dignity and respect. Forcing this congressperson to go into a male restroom, is that dignity and respect?
Forcing women to share private spaces with men is not dignity and not respect. And I'm absolutely going to stand in the way of anyone who thinks it's okay for a man to be in our locker room, in our changing rooms, in our dressing rooms, in women's bathrooms. And in fact, if you agree with that, you're crazy, because that's not okay. It's not okay.
Congresswoman,
Thank you, Congressman. We're going to peel away from this conversation.
Yeah, he walked away. Walked away very quickly.
I bet he did.
Wow.
That's that swagger that we're talking about earlier that Republicans should have, because this kind of woke stuff, allowing men in women's restrooms and locker rooms and so forth, that's the kind of thing that the American people voted against. And so for Nancy Mace, I totally get what she's saying. And for this reporter, I mean, the way that he was questioning her, and you can hear it in the beginning of the interview as he's running up to her in front of, I guess it's the Capitol, you can hear her say, like she knows exactly what's coming.
Yes.
And I don't know, I get what she's saying. For me, it's, whether you're a rape survivor or not, just if you understand right and wrong, I love how the reporter is like, well, House Speaker Mike Johnson said everybody will be treated with dignity and respect. To her point, that doesn't mean allowing a man in a woman's locker room or restroom. That doesn't mean that. It means because then you're not treating the women who have an issue with this with dignity and respect. And Mike Johnson has come out basically and he said, you know what? For me, a man is a man and a woman is a woman. So they're trying to misconstrue what the Speaker of the House said. Really interesting, though. And this is, as she said, this is the first bill. It's not going to be the last bill that I'm going to sign on this. This is going to be, to me, fun to watch. It's going to be World War III in the House of Representatives. It's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. And I also want to ask the reporter, because he kept referring to the person that has, I guess, transitioned to a woman.
As a woman, yeah.
He kept saying her. Maybe they want to be known as them or they. Did he not check?
That I was reading something the other day. I think this particular person, and it's Representative-elect Sarah McBride, a Democrat out of Delaware, and they're talking about this he, her, him, they, whatever it is.
Yes.
But they did say they. So I don't know if
because the reporter kept saying her.
Yeah, I don't know if if McBride. If I'm reading correctly, he is actually identifies as they. So are you, even if you,
there you go.
Even if you refer to, all this is air quoting, okay?
Yes.
If you refer to him as her to be politically correct, well, then you're going to be attacked because I believe that McBride answers to they. I have no idea.
Can't keep up with all of it anymore.
But I love how blunt she is.
I do too.
It's like, this is stupid.
Yep.
The American people think this is stupid, and you can take all this questioning and shove it up your behind.
Who was the reporter? Did you happen to find that out?
No, somebody from ABC. They just say ABC reporter. They're all the same.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. All right, moving
just
on.
ask Richard Cantu.
That's exactly right.
Oof.
Old dick.
He's a bad one.
Yes, he is.
All right, so Johnny, you said you had something about Walmart.
Well, I liked your first
Walmart.
Yeah, I think that's a better name for it. Actually,
What is wrong with me today?
I don't know, but I liked it, Dan. I like it because I may start using that. Walmart is warning their customers that some of their prices are going to skyrocket under Donald Trump's new tariffs that he is threatening to impose.
Okay.
My deal with Walmart, and this is why I'm upset with them, because basically why their prices are going to go up is because about everything they have is made in China.
Yeah.
I miss the old days of Sam Walton because if you remember, for those of you that are old enough to remember, Sam Walton always bragged about Walmart's goods being made in the USA.
Yep.
And he built a very successful company for that. But now, since he died, his greedy children basically started taking in overseas, from China, cheap products so they can make a lot of money and basically, I feel, rip off the American public.
Well, that was the Walton kids.
And the problem is we don't even know what these tariffs are going to be. I mean, this is something that Trump's going to look at. Now that he's in office, he's made a lot of promises and he said a lot of things, but now it's from the campaign to real life and the crap's getting real, if you know what I mean. So now he's got to go and he's got to start negotiating with China and doing all the things that presidents have to do to try to keep prices down.
Right.
So what you say on the campaign trail, those are promises to try to do what you want to do. And so now when Trump says the things that he said, as I said during the campaign, well, part of this is a negotiation tactic. Because if he actually ends up getting elected for president, which he did, China's on notice.
Yep.
Xi Jinping is on notice. That's what all of that rhetoric is all about. So we'll have to see what happens. It sounds to me, Johnny, like what Walmart is doing is they're using Trump's election as a reason to raise prices and blame it on Donald Trump.
Exactly.
You guys heard of the, I'm going to air quote this, the Nostradamus of pollsters? Alan Lichtman. Have you ever heard of Alan Lichtman?
The one that just quit?
The one that yes, Joan.
Yeah.
I love Joan. She pays attention. The one that just, I talked about that. The one that just quit. So apparently he hasn't quit enough because he was on I don't know if this is a podcast or a TV show or what it is, but pollsters are really taking it in the shorts and show.
I like that term.
Pollsters are taking it in the shorts?
In the shorts, yeah.
They sure are. And so he was on with the Young Turks. Now, if you don't know what the Young Turks are, they're a bunch of libs, I guess. And there's a guy named Cenk Wigner. I don't watch it, so I'm getting this from my friend Aaron.
Hell of a name.
C-E-N-K, Cenk.
Yeah. Oh, do you know these people, Joan?
Well, sort of.
You commie.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I listen to everything. I watch everything.
All right, so Lichtman was told, because remember how wrong he was with Trump. And so he said, you know what, I was completely wrong. I'm going to take a step back. Well, he didn't take enough steps back because he was attacked on the Young Turks.
Look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were not right, and I was not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be taking cheap shots at me.
Who won?
You want to make your point,
live
make your
in
point.
a total
Don't make
world
it personal.
of denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so
right,
with
right.
your personal
yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever point you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attacked me personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program, I've never been able to finish a thought.
How many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again.
You know, it sounds like they're taking him to task for being so wrong. Why is that a problem? How is that being personal?
Yeah.
No, it's
I mean,
a fact.
Dude, not only were you wrong,
you were wrong.
You were like spectacularly wrong.
Yes.
Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it wrong.
Say
you were
whatever
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just finish a goddamn thought ever on this show?
No, not if you're personally. I admitted I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second?
You deserve a glass of shut-up juice.
Shut-up juice. Yep.
I bet you that tastes bitter.
All they needed
shut-up
was
juice.
All they needed was Murphy in there. Made that perfect.
Oh, could you imagine? You know what? If Lichtman really wants to be abused, come on, Murphy show.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Johnny.
Man.
A little bit more.
And let someone who knows what they're doing.
You're so right,
Pierce.
okay?
You're
so
right.
We're so unified right now.
Okay.
You want.
So
I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that.
Blasphemy.
You don't boost your
blasphemy
own ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are
like
you
that.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make
you
your point.
loser?
Wow.
Man.
Wow. Yeah.
You know what the funny thing is, though?
That would sound like pay-per-view.
You know what the funny thing is, though? Yeah, that was better than Tyson Paul.
Right? Yeah.
The funny thing, though, is Lichtman is sitting here saying, "I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to stand for this." He's like still there.
Yeah.
This was an entire segment of abuse. It's like, dude.
Yeah, just take the earpiece out and leave.
Do it. You see what Hugh Hewitt did? Hugh Hewitt, I wish I had the audio. I forgot to do this story. Joe knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Hugh Hewitt was in this podcast or whatever it was with the Washington Post, and he didn't like the line of questioning. He didn't like how they were basically treating him and presenting a story. He got so ticked off that mid-segment, he reaches in, he grabs I think it's called the lavalier microphone. He takes the microphone off, slams it down, and walks out.
Yep.
It was that's what, you know what, Lichtman? If you had any testicular fortitude, number one, you would really go away like you should because you were spectacularly wrong.
He doesn't know enough to be disgraced.
And
very
honestly.
good.
Joan Jones, everybody.
Threw it down right there.
And number two is that you said you're going to go away. You're not. And number two, you were spectacularly wrong. And you know you're going to be called onto the carpet. You know you're going to be held accountable for the things that you said and the things that you did and what you predicted. And you're voluntarily going into that culture. You're going onto a segment with all of these other people that are going to call you out and serve you a glass of shut up juice.
A tall glass of shut up juice.
A biggie size glass of shut up juice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stand here for this blasphemy.
Blasphemy.
Wow.
Who do you think you are, Jesus Christ?
These people think so much of themselves. They really
do.
Yes, they do.
I ended up watching, I'm like addicted to doing it now. When I go home, I watch Nicole Wallace on MSNBC.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. She's so smug. And she has absolutely no reason to be. And every day, her entire show is about Matt Gaetz. Every single day, from the beginning of the show to the very end, she talks about Matt Gaetz.
Well, CNN.
She must find him cute.
I think she may.
CNN is, I'm trying to figure out a way to go with that. I'm just going to leave it alone. She might be too old for Matt Gaetz.
Not in her eyes.
I think you guys may have missed the joke. Anyway, moving right along.
Cougar chow. No, we got it.
Okay, good. Those are all allegations, and Matt Gaetz. Oh, doggone it. Did you see what happened on The View regarding Matt Gaetz?
No. Oh.
Okay. Coming up, I've got a couple of things coming up. Something happened on The View where they said something about Matt Gaetz. Now, he has denied all allegations.
And he's never been charged.
And he's never been charged, as I've been saying, we've all been saying ad nauseum. The View had to basically read a legal clarifier.
Oh, nice.
Because of what they said about Matt Gaetz.
Do you have it, or do you need me to
I'm going to get it.
Okay.
I've got it somewhere. I've got a lot of audio today. Very busy show. Joan Jones at 5:54. What's coming up?
Oh, lots of stuff, Dan. A TV doctor and a wrestling executive, they get a seat in the new Trump administration. Also, a plane crash in Chattanooga. We'll tell you what happened there. Those stories, 6 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 55 in fair skies right now. The full forecast is coming up. A dense fog advisory, by the way, expires this hour, but you may still find some spotty fog out there. President-elect Trump's federal trials will be going away as a matter of Department of Justice policy, but Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg has no intention of letting it go.
Prosecutors at this point signaled that they're okay with postponing the case and suggested postponing the case for even 4 years. For now, they're just requesting some more time to brief the judge on the case, but they kind of offered this unique proposal of basically putting this case on ice until 2029 when Trump leaves office. They say an option like that would balance the interest on one hand of Trump's presidential responsibilities and also this need to respect the jury's verdict in the case.
ABC's Peter Haralambous. Now, Trump officials say Bragg's case is effectively over, and they celebrated the development as a major victory yesterday. President-elect Trump, by the way, is making a new round of nominations for his new administration.
Trump making new staffing announcements, picking TV doctor Mehmet Oz to oversee Medicare and Medicaid. Oz, a heart surgeon, has long advocated for ensuring all Americans have health care, even if they can't afford it. But during his failed Senate run in Pennsylvania, he criticized Obamacare for not reducing costs. And another high-profile pick, Trump choosing longtime ally and former wrestling executive Linda McMahon to run the education department, which Trump has promised to dismantle.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Now, Metro Nashville police believe they're close to making an arrest in a shooting on Snell Boulevard in the Bordeaux neighborhood yesterday. They have 2 people in custody who were inside a home where a shooting took place, and they believe one of them is the shooter. The victim drove himself to the hospital. This neighbor tells Channel 4 it was a bizarre scene.
They drove away shortly after the injured driver and then came back about 5 minutes later and got the hose out from behind the bush over there and were spraying off all the blood from the shot. And that's how I knew he got shot on the front porch.
We don't know the condition of the victim today. A couple of people lucky to be alive after their small airplane crashed last evening. This happened in Chattanooga just before 6 o'clock last night. Rescuers say that when they got on the scene, one man had already been out of the plane. The other one, however, needed to be extricated, but they're both uninjured. Officials say the plane's engine quit working and the plane went down just a half mile from a nearby airport runway. Stock futures this morning. Everything's pointing up after some losses yesterday. Dow futures are up 90, NASDAQ futures gaining 30, and the S&P futures are up 7 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Still have some fog on the roads this morning, and that may be behind what's going on 24. 24 westbound in Laverne at Old Hickory Boulevard, South Exit 62. Got an accident. Another accident this morning in Jolton. This is on the eastbound side of 24, and that one is at Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I am Dan Mandis. And Jonathan Fahey is going to be joining us here in a second, but I want him to listen to this audio as well, where I don't know exactly what it is that The View said about Matt Gaetz, but clearly word got back to Matt Gaetz and a lawsuit was threatened if they didn't make this good. Now, remember what we talked about? We've all been talking about this. I, in particular, have, where there was a DOJ investigation into these allegations of sex trafficking and drug use and all these other nefarious accusations against Matt Gaetz, including having sex with an underage girl, 17-year-old. And so none of that has ever been proven. There was a 3-year DOJ investigation. No charges were ever brought. So I don't know what it is that The View said, but yesterday, Sunny Hostin, of course, over there on The View, she had to read this.
On screen. Sonny, you have a legal note.
I do have a legal note. Thank you, Whoopi. Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations, calling the claims, quote, invented, and saying in a statement to ABC News that this false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism. That DOJ investigation was closed with no charges being brought.
We'll be right back.
There you go. I mean, you could tell on Sunny's face how angry she was and that she clearly was being forced to read this. Jonathan Fahey, I mean, you know the story about Matt Gaetz, and we've got an ethics investigation. Some people on the Republican side, even folks on the, of course, Democrats want this investigation, the report released as well. But it seems clear to me The View were threatened with some legal consequences if they didn't make this good.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, and it's pretty funny. I mean, these shows like The View, I think, really used to be kind of a lighthearted show where people sat around and talked about stuff, and it's just this, ABC News smear machine against the Trump administration, and it's really pathetic at this point that it's, to use, allegations that weren't proven, and mindful, this was a Democratic DOJ, the Garland DOJ, which we know is highly politicized, investigated him. Yep. So, I'm sure the investigation was quite thorough and aggressive would be my take. I don't know, but that would be my take on it. So, in this country, I think generally we and news organizations have respected the fact if somebody has not even been charged, we don't talk about those types of things publicly without some basis for them. I don't know that they have it.
Yeah, and Jonathan, some context as well. I mean, I've talked about this in the past, and I've always said that these are allegations. It's a news story, so I've covered it as these are the allegations, and this is what Matt Gaetz has said. He has denied it and been very fair in my coverage. The ladies on The View, you used a term that was perfect. It's just a smear machine. That's all it is a smear machine. There is a House investigation, ethics investigation. They're calling this bipartisan into Matt Gaetz. I got to tell you that, and folks know that I've said this before, bipartisan investigations, just put that in air quotes, because Matt Gaetz has made enemies on both sides of the aisle. I haven't seen this morning, but there's a lot of people that want to see this report released as he is up for Attorney General. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really know what the typical rules are with the House of when they release stuff and when they don't. And I do think, there is a different level of, review people will typically give to nominations. But I think to release something publicly is always a concern, like what we just talked about, because if it is just allegations, and you're right, bipartisan, I mean, he is a lightning rod. And I think that's the reason Donald Trump chose him. And whether or not he gets through or not, ultimately, I think it shows where Donald Trump is, and a lot of people are, with the way this Department of Justice has been run, because it's been so political. And, it's interesting, even after all of this stuff, the Democrats will have there's no sort of even self-reflection that, hey, maybe we went too far at DOJ. Maybe everything didn't have to be political, but they never will do that. And it's like, what's going on for the last 4 years has not only been terrible for Donald Trump, it's been terrible for the country, because people's opinion of the judicial system is significantly lower because of their actions, and it hurts all of us, not just on, it's not Donald Trump that gets hurt, because clearly he hasn't been, but it's the whole system, it's all of us, it's public safety that took a back seat to their political agenda. So that's why we have a Matt Gaetz, because he wants somebody that's going to go in there and say, we're done with this stuff. We're going to look into what's happened and let's right the ship. And the thing that's important, the way Donald Trump is looking at this, just one more point, he's appointing Todd Blanche to be Deputy Attorney General, who generally they run to the Department of Justice. He has a long career as a federal prosecutor, well respected. So any idea that somehow the ship's going to go totally off the rails, I don't think that's going to happen. But they're trying to right the ship and focus on public safety, which is really their job to begin with.
Yeah, and what I've said is Trump is trying to put people in there that he can trust, so that he knows that it's not going to train wreck and that they're not going to go after him. They're not going to go after, families at school board meetings. They're going to focus on, as you said, public safety and things like that. And that leaves Donald Trump time and allows him to do what he was elected to do. And he doesn't have to deal with all of that other foolishness. So I get what he's doing with the whole Matt Gaetz thing. Other people don't, but that's not the only story that I wanted you to comment on. As a former federal prosecutor, also great at political analysis, Jack Smith has wound down his investigation, his case against Donald Trump, of course. But Alvin Bragg has decided now that he is not going to dismiss this case in the hush money case against Donald Trump. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to hold on to this for 4 years. Now, Trump's attorneys, they wanted this whole thing dismissed because he is going into the Oval Office. He's got a lot to do, and he doesn't need this hanging over his head. And so the lawyers wanted this dismissed. I think that there's a lot of people out there that want these dismissed. But Alvin Bragg, the DA, is saying, no, I'm not going to dismiss this. This is basically going to be hanging over his head for the next 4 years. I want your opinion on that. Got to check the roads, though, real quickly on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Fog this morning, sunny by this afternoon, a high of 58 degrees. Right now, 53 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is joining us. He is our legal analyst, a political analyst as well. Jonathan, what do you think about the fact that Alvin Bragg is going to hold this case over Donald Trump, it seems, for the entirety of his second term? You surprised by that?
I don't know if I'm surprised, because this whole thing, and it just proves what we've been saying all along, that this whole thing is political, because any other circumstances or similar type of scenario with a case of this seriousness, which I mean unserious, and you're the DA of Manhattan, that you have so many serious crimes that you would want this thing lingering, it's absurd, and everyone knows it's political. And it's just so funny, because it's like, they're focused on that. They're focused on Daniel Penny, but then crime, I think the last 3 years are like the highest it's been in 20 years for their major 7 felonies or whatever the way they characterize them. But yeah, he should just let this go and just make some statement like, we believe it's a righteous prosecution. However, the greater societal good is to let this go. And, there's nothing to be achieved by that. And what's there to be achieved by sentencing him in 4 years? It's not like you're going to deter other criminals for mischaracterizing payments to porn stars, and then they're going to get out of it by becoming the president. Like, it's so absurd. Like, there's no societal interest whatsoever in this. But it just, again, like I said, it proves the whole point. This was political to begin with. Hopefully Judge Marchand will just dump this case. I think he's looking for an off-ramp, and I think was hoping the parties, Alvin Bragg would just do that, just say, we're dismissing it and, moving on. But I think he's looking for an off-ramp. Hopefully he'll just dismiss it on this presidential immunity issue, which I think is pretty strong for Donald Trump. There's that motion pending. But, they should get rid of this. Let him be the president, because this idea that he will come back from being president when he's 82 years old, and the first thing he does is get sentenced by a Manhattan state judge, and that they can look at all the things he did when he was president as sort of characteristics of the person you're sentencing, which is what judges do. So it's like, it's insane to have that hanging over his head. And, but again, it's just another shameful act by Alvin Bragg in a totally shameful, administration of justice up there, because everyone's less safe because of him. All of us are worse off. And he just continues to pursue this because he's probably a hero in that Democratic circle. So he's winning personally, I guess.
Well, you're talking about, crime is out of control in New York. We just had a guy this was in the news, I think it was yesterday, the day before, dude with 8 priors, and they let him off, and he's not in jail or prison where he belongs, and he goes on this stabbing spree in New York. And I guess he killed 3 people. So those are the kinds of things that Alvin Bragg should be focused on, and he's not. He's involved in this lawfare. And one of the stories that I thought was really interesting, we talked about this last week, I did on my show, the resistance is taking shape, and the left is planning their I'm calling it a legal insurrection, and their lawfare is going to continue. Apparently what they've done is they are now employing, according to the New York Times, they've got hundreds of lawyers, and what they're going to do is they're going to try to utilize these lawyers in lawfare to block everything that Donald Trump wants to do, tries to do. We already have states like California and Michigan, other states as well, that are going to Trump-proof their states. And now you have, the story from the New York Times where they've got 600 or so lawyers that are at the ready to go after Donald Trump for everything that he does. They're going to try to paralyze his administration through lawfare.
Yeah, it's really shameful. And they're also going to try to attack the people in his administration that maybe don't even have the same ability to fight back and things like that. It's so bad. And you would think, there seems to be a civil war in the Democratic Party, but I think the crazies are going to win because they've been winning the whole time. But you see people like Josh Shapiro that I think, wants to be president. And if it's still the crazy train running in 2028, it's not going to happen for him. But, you see these things. I think you probably saw the things with the governor of Massachusetts and the mayor of Boston that they're going to fight the deportations. And, what they're doing is shielding criminals from their jails from being deported. It's truly astonishing, particularly in light of this Laken Riley trial. I don't know if you've been tracking it, but it's like they want another Laken Riley, or shouldn't say they want it, but that will be the effect of them shielding criminals from being deported. It's so shameful. And, you think that would have been the time people said, let's take a pause and stop this nonsense. But, Boston and, Massachusetts should pay the price. Maybe that should be the place that all illegal aliens waiting for their court date have to reside. And I guarantee you they would change their tune. If we go, remain in Martha's Vineyard until you get your court date, I bet you they would have it. Their tune would change in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But it's all posturing. It's pathetic. And it's putting their safety. I mean, how do you as a governor or the mayor put your political agenda ahead of the safety of the people you've been elected to protect, to serve? It's so incredibly pathetic, and it's a shame that it hasn't ended. This should have been the end of this stuff.
Well, and the crazy thing is, we just find out during the Laken Riley case, and now that he's on trial, you find out that he is from Tren de Aragua. And so because they looked at his tattoos and all that. And so he is one of these gangbangers, one of these guys that has come over across our border. We just got news here in Nashville a couple of days ago. I covered all these stories that Tren de Aragua is back in Tennessee. So this is a problem. And this is a problem that the Democrats simply refuse to acknowledge. They refuse to fix. As a matter of fact, they caused it. And so now the resistance wants to block Tren de Aragua and all of these other gangbangers from being deported. It is just stunning. And no, I don't believe that the Democrats want another Laken Riley but their actions tell us otherwise. Do you know what I mean? Knowing that Laken Riley and Rachel Marin and a lot of these other women that have been killed by gangbangers led in by Joe Biden, and the fact that they're doing their level best to stop the deportation, it really is stunning. And I mean, I hate to say this, but if they're going to continue down this road, then we're going to have Republicans in charge for a long time, because people are watching, people are noticing, and people are getting ticked off. We saw that in the 2024 election.
Yeah, exactly. And you're right. This is a predictable and acceptable cost that, Secretary Mayorkas, the Biden administration, all these Democrats have factored in, because, they don't directly want this to happen, but they know it will happen because they refuse to get rid of criminals. So they know this is going to happen, but they'd rather have this open borders agenda that they have pushed so hard. And you know what's funny? And I was trying to find it on the internet, and I couldn't find it anymore, but when they first started, I think at the beginning of the Biden administration, they put a thing on who could be deported. And one of the things they said, gang members could be deported, but gang tattoos alone were not sufficient to deport somebody. So you could have MS-13 or Tren de Aragua on your chest, and they don't find that sufficient to prove you're a gang member. Because the truth is, they don't really care. They want all of these people to come in, because deporting anyone deters other people. So that's the game here. So they want to keep everyone here. And Tren de Aragua, none of us had heard of this. I prosecuted gangs as a federal prosecutor for 17 years. I'd never heard of this gang, and all of a sudden they're everywhere, and the Biden administration brought them in. I think these guys were staying in that hotel in New York, the Roosevelt Hotel, on taxpayer dime. So not only did we invite them in, we subsidized them, their life, paid them money, and then they killed this young woman, and the Biden administration is basically, oh, ho-hum. I mean, the only thing Biden said about it, he mispronounced her name. He called the guy an illegal alien or illegal immigrant, and the next day had to apologize for not using the correct euphemism of non-citizen or something like that. It's so, you look at that family, and it is so grotesque that this has been allowed to happen, and they've never put the safety of American citizens ahead of these left-wing interests or the interests of illegal aliens, and it's so disgraceful. But I hope you're right that we will be in charge for a long time, because this has to stop. I mean, this has gone way too far, and we need to put our American citizens, our kids, ahead of all of these other interests.
All right, Jonathan Fahey, as always, great analysis. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of week. It is 6:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, FEMA under fire.
There is a FEMA official who spoke under the condition of anonymity, who says that the agency's practice of skipping Trump-supported houses or avoiding white or conservative-dominated disaster zones altogether is an open secret at the agency and has been going on for years. So, Ambassador, there's a statement given to the Post by an employee at FEMA. What is your response to that statement?
Oh, yeah. Again, FEMA under fire. I've got all the relevant audio coming up. It is 6:24 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Police think they have solved the murder of a teenager at a bus station in downtown Nashville yesterday. We'll tell you what happened there coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. 6:25. Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis here for Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean. They have for years. And, of course, we have Riker. We have my new grandson as well. You need clean carpets. Dirty carpets equal sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean the Zero Res way. The Zero Res difference means powered water. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals, and that does mean pure safety for your family and pets, and your carpet's going to dry twice as fast. So get your home holiday ready with Zero Res. They have the highest approval rating from the Carpet and Rug Institute. They've got thousands of positive Facebook and Google reviews, and a big thumbs up from my house, and a great deal going on right now. Headed into the holidays, 3 rooms for $129. You also get a free hallway as well. Again, 3 rooms, $129, a free hallway, plus you use promo code FRESH100 to get $100 off of air duct cleaning too. Restrictions apply. 1-800-0-RES is the phone number. 1-800-0-RES. Find them online, zeroresnashville.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spice and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Good morning, 6:31. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Stick around for the forecast and traffic still to come. A 15-year-old Nashville teenager has been arrested for the shooting death of another teen at a WeGo bus stop that happened yesterday afternoon. Police say those two teens were engaged in a fight before the shooting. This man tells Channel 4 he got a phone call just as that shooting was happening.
It was like, hey, they just got the shooting again down here. Then the phone kind of like went black, and all I could hear is, give him CPR, give him CPR. He was a good kid, man. He didn't deserve that.
The victim, 16-year-old Braden Caldwell. He died at Vanderbilt Pediatrics. The shooter has been identified as Shamay Bailey, who was taken into custody last night at an apartment on University Court. He was identified by witnesses at the scene, including a security guard. A 2-hour debate last night at Metro Council's regular meeting over whether police should have access to surveillance video at local businesses when a crime happens nearby. Businesses could opt in or out of that program. There were arguments on both sides. Some say the camera footage helped solve crime. Others say it's an invasion of privacy. No decision last night. The resolution will come up again at Metro's first December meeting. And news that Delta Airlines premium flyers are being offered a new dining option.
Fly in first class on Delta Airlines, and beginning next month, one of the food options will be a Shake Shack burger from the popular restaurant chain. The 100% Angus beef on a toasted bun burgers. Flights 900 miles and longer will offer Shake Shack cheeseburgers in first class. Passengers will be able to book Shake Shack as their food option up to 24 hours before their flight in the Delta app. Alex Stone, EBC News.
I'm hungry now. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, if you have a piece of land or some property that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. Now, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. And your pole barn, you can use it as pretty much anything. They're flexible. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building for horses. You could just live in it. We call those barn dominiums. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, again, they are flexible, and yes, they are built really well. They will stand the test of time. You can also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call these folks at Stoltzco and see what they can do for you. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992. Find them on the socials, man. They got great examples of their work and great examples of what you can do with a pole barn from Stoltzco. Instagram and Facebook, and of course their website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com.
Wow, what a mess on 24 this morning. 24, the westbound lanes in Rural Hill. This is at exit 59. The off-ramp is partially blocked off because of a crash. Also this morning in the eastbound lanes of 24, a crash blocking the right shoulder after Whites Creek Pike, exit 35. And then another accident. This one is at the eastern split, 40 westbound, just after 213 A and B. An accident is blocking off the right lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. .638, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Hey, coming up at 7:05, Stephen Bucci, our military analyst, is going to join us. A lot of saber rattling going on with Vladimir Putin. We all know, I talked about this extensively the last couple of days. President Biden making a big old mess on the way out the door as he allows Ukraine to use long-range missiles against Russia. And Stephen Bucci is going to join us again at 7:05 and give us his perspective on it. Biden, by the way, wasn't done. He has now announced that he is going to also allow Ukraine to utilize landmines as well, and made by, of course, America. And so that is going to be part of the conversation that Stephen Bucci and I, and of course, as you know, Vladimir Putin has been, intimating or flat out saying that he will use nuclear weapons. Now, I don't know if he actually will. A lot of people are saying that that is saber rattling. We'll get the opinion and the analysis from Stephen Bucci coming up 7:05 on Nashville's Morning News. FEMA is under the microscope as their response to Helene is now being investigated by Congress. Remember how angry we all were when we found out that FEMA, they announced that they didn't have enough money to get through hurricane season, but we were handing out billions of dollars to deal with the illegal alien situation. So this is all being discussed. There's a lot of testimony going on Capitol Hill. This is Congressman Mark Molinaro, and he says that whole situation is absurd, and especially given the fact that the director of FEMA, she really doesn't have any comment on all of this.
Do you see the absurdity that American citizens are getting their $750 and then, yes, struggling through a very complicated process to meet the thresholds necessary to get the aid they need to have housing, food, and shelter, while your agency is contracting with not-for-profits to easily hand out access to those who are here placed here illegally? Do you see the absurdity?
I mean, literally, they're getting off the bus. The illegals get off the bus. They've got new clothes. They're going into a hotel. They're getting cash cards. They're getting food, shelter, you name it. And apparently to take advantage of, some of the things that FEMA offers, you've got to go through this whole process that is incredibly complicated. And oftentimes people end up having to go through their congressmen or their elected representatives to be able to get the benefits that FEMA offers disaster victims. It's a convoluted process, according to Mark Molinaro, and he's a congressman out of New York, an actual Republican out of New York. And a lot of people are saying that it's wrong. It is wrong to force disaster victims here in America to jump through so many hoops while the illegal aliens, they just get everything as they get off the bus.
Congressman, our mission is to support people, help people before, during, and after disasters. And
do you think that there is, ma'am, do you think in responding to an emergency, the priority of government ought to be to ensure that American citizens are triaged and that the services of FEMA are focused on responding to them and their service programs first?
I absolutely believe that the services that FEMA provides should be supporting the people that have been impacted by disasters.
So you notice she's saying people. She's not saying American citizens, she's saying people. Now remember that FEMA spent $1.4 billion on illegals. At least $1.4 billion in 2 years. Now, that's crazy. So when Alejandro Mayorkas, the director of Homeland Security, said
FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season,
we were shocked. Couldn't believe it. All that money going to illegals. Don't even get me started on Ukraine. All that money going to illegals, and we didn't have the money to help American citizens get through hurricane season. Absolutely infuriating.
Do you not see the inequity in those placed here illegally having taxpayers support a plane ticket, a house, a hotel, food, cell phones, access to health care? Do you not see the inequity that they have access immediately? I want us to be a welcoming nation, but if we cannot respond to those who are living in emergencies, then we do not have the right to claim that we are the Federal Emergency Management Administration. Do you not see the inequity?
You know, we've all been having fun with the Doge posts, right? About stupid things that the government has spent our money on. Does cocaine, we talked about this yesterday, does cocaine make Japanese quailfish sexually promiscuous? What makes a sunfish more aggressive, gin or tequila, right? We've been laughing about that. But to me, the most asinine spending, the most angrifying spending is the billions of dollars for illegal aliens and not enough for hurricane victims. It's no laughing matter. It's really not. Because we're seeing in real time our government completely ignoring the American people and doing all they can to help illegal aliens. And I know that some of this is grandstanding with Molinaro and some of these other lawmakers. Some of this is grandstanding and soapboxing and the rest of it. But these things need to be dragged into the open. They need to be discussed. And that's why I'm so glad that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and the Department of Governmental Efficiency is going to make all of their findings public. They need to do that. Because I don't think that the average person really knows the extent of the waste and, in my opinion, the inappropriate spending. Where FEMA comes in and they're giving all of this money to illegal aliens. And I understand it's different departments within FEMA. I know. But our government is giving and spending all of this money for illegal aliens and Ukraine. And yet they don't have enough money to get us through hurricane season. Follow the money, that's your priorities. And clearly with the federal government under the Biden administration, their priorities are not Americans. Got a little bit more on this at 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, fog this morning, sunny by the afternoon, a high of 58 right now, 54 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Been playing you this audio of this hearing regarding FEMA and their response to Hurricane Helene. And so far, we've heard from Congressman Mark Molinaro complaining, accurately as he should, that we're spending way too much money on illegal aliens and we're making it a lot harder, way too hard for the survivors of disasters to be able to get funds from FEMA. They have to go through all of these different hoops, and oftentimes they get told no. They get rejected the first go-round, and people have to go through their Congress people, their elected officials, to get the money. And so he's absolutely right. So the FEMA director and Democrats, they do seem to be more concerned with this notion of misinformation. Remember, that was a big part of the conversation a while ago about misinformation and how Donald Trump and others on social media were talking about how FEMA wasn't helping the people of Eastern Tennessee. They weren't helping the people of Western North Carolina. And they said that that was misinformation, and I was one of many who said, well, wait a minute, the people on the ground are saying that there are problems. And so in her opening statements, she talked about the director of FEMA. She talked about misinformation, but the reality is, number one, it didn't seem like misinformation. And number two, I'm more angry about the wasteful spending and the wrong priorities.
Whether true or not, a level of either incompetence, inefficiency, or lack of concern for those who are struggling the most when they see individuals enter this country illegally and then are transported here and receiving services. And you know that it is easier to access the shelter and services funding than it is to access disaster relief aid, housing assistance, small business aid. You know that it's more complicated. Doesn't that in and of itself fuel the misinformation?
Yep. You remember when FEMA and Democrats, they were screaming that it was misinformation, that FEMA wasn't helping people? It seems to me a lot of that was true. Another thing in this hearing that they talked about was the FEMA employee. Remember, I brought this to you, Marnie Washington. She was the one, remember, that said that FEMA has a policy to avoid helping homes or neighborhoods that had all those Trump signs. Remember all that?
For example, if they just so happen to have these Trump campaign signs in front of their home, and that's the characteristic that's coming along with that, we have to proceed with precaution. So avoidance first and then de-escalation. And that's the thing. Our superiors know that. We have constant conversations about keep your people safe. If your people are uncomfortable, then just don't go.
So if a Trump sign makes you uncomfortable, then you don't have to go help that neighborhood. It's crazy. Remember that at FEMA, equity and DEI was one of their main priorities. Yet FEMA says, oh, no, this Marnie Washington, she's lying.
Administrator Criswell, is Miss Washington lying to us?
Miss Washington has...
She said it's common practice. You said it's reprehensible and isolated. Both statements can't be true. So someone's not giving us the facts, and I'm kind of trying to figure out who's not telling the truth.
The actions that Miss Washington took were unacceptable.
Well, you had another employee. Now, they remain anonymous, but I think one of my colleagues pointed this out earlier. A FEMA official who spoke on condition of anonymity said Miss Washington likely received, quote, very clear guidance from her supervisors. Is that person lying too?
I have not received any evidence outside of the screenshot that Miss Washington directed.
So those
her
two
team.
people are wrong. They're not telling the truth to us.
We are currently investigating.
Yeah, so, I mean, they had the text messages from supervisors about best practices. And part of that was literally avoiding conservative homes, avoiding homes that had Donald Trump, J.D. Vance signs.
Stay hydrated, walk with someone else, and don't go to the Trump homes. It seems pretty common and matter of fact in the actual evidence we do have, the text message itself.
Yeah. I mean, stay hydrated and avoid Trump signs. Avoid homes with Trump signs. I mean, that's what they said. And what's crazy about all of this is that she, as the FEMA director, this is crazy. Do you know that she has not spoken to the 13 people that were on that group text message? She hasn't spoken to the person in charge of that particular operation. I mean, that's insanity.
Have you talked to, how about you personally? Have you talked to any of these 13 people?
I have not talked to them.
You have not talked to any
I
of them?
have an entire team that focuses on this investigation, and that's what they're doing.
So she's got a team. A good and impactful manager gets on the phone immediately. Hey, all 13 of you on this text message and the guy in charge, everybody, we need to jump on a call right now and figure out what the heck's going on. It seems to me that this supposed investigation is being slow-walked, and they want this to just go away because it's CYA time, cover your behind time. And so for people who are watching this and watching how FEMA operates, it is absolutely disgusting. Because they're not really doing an investigation internally with FEMA. How long ago was that now? When all the like 3-4 weeks ago now, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been involved in investigations in workplaces, and it takes a few days to get the information, round everybody up. In this case, you've got the text message. You know who's on the text message. You get everybody on a call, and you start asking questions. That's what you do. It is stunning to me, absolutely stunning, that they haven't done any of this. Well, she has a team in place. Okay. This is the problem. And isn't this always the problem with the Biden administration? The outgoing, thank the Lord, Biden administration? Is that here they are, and they're trying to basically say, well, yeah, it's under investigation. Well, they're trying to slow walk this, and this is why nobody in the Biden administration ever really suffers any consequences or ramifications. All these folks, whether it's the failed pullout of Afghanistan or the situation with FEMA, they just get away with it. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7.
Dan, employees at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine's capital are sheltering in place today. We'll tell you what's happening there. Also, the FDA finds bacteria in a toothpaste manufacturing facility, but you can still buy that toothpaste on store shelves today. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. Are there relatives coming to your house for Thanksgiving dinner? Let Busy Bee help you by ensuring that your home is in-law and relative ready. Now, Busy Bee has a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $69.95. Now, this system offers a great balance of energy, efficiency, performance, and year-round comfort for residential homes. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're always trying to find ways to save you money every single month. How about a $750 off of an upright tanked water heater with circulation kit or a free package upgrade for air duct cleaning? Busy Bee will go to no limits to help you folks save money. So call them 615-775-7833. Become a Beehive member. Remember, if you're a Beehive member, you qualify for an additional membership for your in-laws absolutely free. Bringing families together the Busy Bee way with plumbing, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For satisfaction guaranteed, call them 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spice and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Here it is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. And we are sitting right now at 55 degrees and on the mild side. We've got the full forecast and traffic coming up. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, temporarily closed its doors today out of what it calls an abundance of caution, warning of a potentially significant airstrike. Now, this comes one day after Ukraine's military launched the first U.S.-made long-range missiles toward Russia.
A U.S. official telling ABC News 8 missiles known as ATACMS were fired and 2 intercepted. The Kremlin appearing to threaten possible use of nuclear weapons in response, but the Pentagon saying there are no signs it's preparing to do so.
That's ABC's Ian Pannell. In fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin signed an updated nuclear doctrine yesterday, saying the use of those rockets could prompt a nuclear response. Well, today the White House is set to announce a new $27 million support package for Ukraine to include munitions for rocket systems and artillery and anti-tank weapons. Also, for the first time, the U.S. will approve sending anti-personnel mines into Ukraine. We've got more on all of this at 7:05 this morning. Dan's going to talk with foreign policy expert Stephen Bucci from Heritage Foundation coming right up after this newscast. A new regulation from the EPA has caused a bit of a panic in Nashville. About 100,000 homeowners receiving a letter that says their homes have a risk of lead exposure because of their water pipes.
The letters that went out are not any type of a imminent health threat. It's more a notification required by EPA and the state.
That's Sonia Allman with Metro Water Services. She said the city has been using a food-grade chemical to treat the water since the 80s and that the water is safe. But the water used to manufacture some batches of toothpaste is tainted. The FDA said inspectors found a bacteria that can cause blood and lung infections in the water used to produce some batches of Tom's of Maine toothpaste. The company says it is cooperating with the agency, but there has been no recall of Tom's of Maine toothpaste, and the factory has not been shut down. Comcast will announce today that it will spin off its cable networks in a separate company, including MSNBC, the Golf Channel, and Sci-Fi. Why do that? Well, experts say it gives Comcast the option to merge those channels with other networks or possibly sell them to private equity. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still having trouble eastbound lanes on 24 this morning. A crash in Joelton is blocking the right shoulder of 24 eastbound at exit 35. That's Whites Creek Pike. Also, that the eastern split on I-40, the westbound lanes after exit 213A and B, that's an accident, and the left lane is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:06 on WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News for your Wednesday, November 20th, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here, Stephen Bucci, our military and foreign policy analyst with the Heritage Foundation. Stephen, always great to have you on. Of course, in the news this week, President Biden allowing Ukraine to use our long-range missiles to be fired into Russia. Now Putin is making nuclear threats. So let's talk about this. First of all, what was your thought of President Biden allowing the use of these long-range missiles that could be fired from Ukraine into Russia? And according to Vladimir Putin and many other people, that directly ties America into the bombing.
Well, you know, to be honest with you, if Biden was going to do this, he should have done it, a year ago. It probably would have been a lot more effective, would have saved a lot more lives. Doing it now, everybody is trying to second guess. Why is he doing it? Is he trying to screw Trump up or force Trump to get more engaged than he wants to be? Or is it just, Biden once again thinking about his so-called legacy and thinking he better do this because he's only got, a month or two left in office? I'm not sure. But I have to tell you that I think some of the froth about all this is a little bit either contrived or just a little over the top. Putin has threatened exactly the same way every time there's been a change. Yep. Sometimes not even things that were an escalation, but it changed some way we were doing things, when we were delivering stuff, what we're delivering, what's being used, what's not. And he said, oh, you do this, that's it. I'm going to start shooting nukes at people. Because, frankly, the nuclear threat is all Putin has left in the quiver. And to be honest with you, I don't think Putin really is going to do that, that he's going to use nukes. I think that's an empty threat. It's not one you can discount 100% because, even a blowhard bully who has nukes is still a significant threat. So you have to be careful, but I think we could dial back the pearl clutching and swooning a little bit because I don't think Putin is going to use those nukes. He has way more to lose than anybody else.
It is interesting. Russia claims that they shot down, because Ukraine has already begun using these missiles, and Russia is claiming that they shot these missiles down. Do we know if they actually did? Does Russia have the defense that has the ability to shoot these things down?
No, we don't know for sure yet. We haven't seen any analysis from our analysts, American analysts, or even from Western European analysts to see whether they did it or not. Putin and other dictators like him tend to lie a lot.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly a really good source of information to make decisions by. But no, we don't know yet if they shot him down. They have a missile defense capability the same way we do, though I don't think theirs is as good as ours, and definitely not as good as what we've seen in the Israeli Iranian fight that's been going on. But it'll be interesting to see the analysis. Were they able to shoot down 5 out of the 6 ATACMS? If they were, that's not a good data point for the United States, because that's kind of an important weapon system for us if we're fighting in a conflict. We expect it to not get, 5 out of 6 or 4 out of 5, wherever it was, shot down. So I'm holding fire on that analysis. That may just be them trying to paint as good a picture on it as they can.
Speaking of these ATACMS missiles, so one of the things that I read, and this I'm glad that you're here to maybe shed some light on this, but one of the things that I read is that these are in, and I'm sort of air quoting here, limited supply. In other words, we don't have a lot of these. Relatively speaking. And so there's some concern that we're giving our supply to Ukraine. Therefore, we won't have, as the thinking goes, enough missiles in case we need them. Is that a fair criticism?
I think that's a little premature to say that. They're not an unlimited number. They're pretty expensive, very high tech, very effective munitions system, both delivery and the munitions itself. So we don't have an unlimited amount, but it's not like we only got 10 of them and we gave 6 of them away. There's plenty out there. We have them stockpiled in Europe and in the United States. It is something to watch going forward, but I think with President Trump coming in, I think we're going to see this thing get wrapped up more quickly than we would under the Biden administration. Exactly how President Trump's going to do that, I don't know. I think he's going to basically tell everybody, look, enough's enough. Let's wrap this up in, everybody's going to have to give a little bit here and end it. The Ukrainians seem open to that now, or at least they're at least voicing that analysis without saying, oh my God, our country's going to be gone. So they're not, I think they're a little tired of this too, and they're running out of Schlitz to so to speak. And they're looking for an off-ramp as well, but they want it to be as beneficial an off-ramp to them as possible. So this may be, they asked for permission to do this so they can put a bunch of pressure on Russia right at the end of the Biden administration, going into the Trump administration, so that when they go to the table, they have as strong a hand as they can possibly have. That's another aspect that may be explanatory about why Biden said yes to this and why the Ukrainians are willing to play this very big card at this point.
Yeah, Vladimir Putin has given an indication that he is open to talking about a ceasefire, but he's not going to make any territory concessions. And he also says that Ukraine joining NATO is a deal breaker. So Trump is coming into office and he's going to have to, try to navigate between Ukraine and Vladimir Putin and who exactly gets what, and how does he really essentially force these two to make concessions and go to the negotiating table. Stephen Bucci is joining us from the Heritage Foundation. Got a little bit more coming up next. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Fog this morning, sunny by this afternoon, a high of 58. Stephen, also in the news, Joe Biden, it came out today that he has also decided to give Ukraine anti-personnel landmines. And so these are, I guess, meant to be used against people advancing ground troops. For example, you also have Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that every dollar that we have is going to be going from the Secretary of State's office is going to be going to Ukraine. So it seems like they're throwing a lot of money and a lot of resources here in the waning months of the Biden administration to continue this war. Ultimately, is that prolonging this, or will it come to a quicker end because of all of this support?
It kind of depends on what they do with it. I was kind of surprised when I saw that report about the landmines. Landmines are very controversial. We do not use them helter-skelter in our planning. Our use of landmines is generally to either deny a certain route to the enemy or to channelize the enemy into the route we want them to take. So you put landmines out there on the left and right to make them go down the middle because that's where they're most vulnerable. But when we do it, unlike the way the Russians and most other people do it, is we map exactly where each device is so that we can recover them after the fact. And we have a capability to neutralize all of those devices remotely if we have the need. It's a lot cleaner than the way most people do, which is just to throw them out there and then hope for the best. But they're still controversial. I mean, a big flap in the international community anytime anybody uses them. So that was kind of a surprise to me. Again, it may be a desire to just put Ukraine in the most advantageous position they can be in these last few months before we get them to the table. But I'm going to hold on that one to say whether it was a good idea or a bad idea, because I'm not sure what their plan is with the ATACMs. I understand how they're going to use those. They're going to hit logistical sites. They're going to hit command and control nodes that are deeper in Russia than they could reach now. The landmines, that one surprised me. So we'll have to wait and see what they're going to do with them.
How big of a deal is this to you, Stephen Bucci? Last question. In Europe, 2 underwater internet cables have been cut in the Baltic Sea, one between Lithuania and Sweden and another that connects Finland and Germany. They're underwater, I guess, and they've been cut. And there's a lot of folks that are accusing Russia of doing this. U.S. has been warning of just this kind of attack. I'm sure Russia is going to do what they do, which is deny all of this. But what do you think about all that? How big of a deal is this?
It's very problematic. It's not like catastrophic. We'll be able to get those folks back up pretty quickly. And frankly, there are not that many countries with the capability of finding and then damaging those cables. Russia is one of them. So it's very likely the Russians did this. Will we be able to, find hard evidence that they did it? That's unlikely as well. It's a deep ocean, even, in the areas we're talking about. They're not in the middle of the Atlantic, but they're in pretty serious waters. So it's going to be massively inconvenient. It's a pressure point that they can use on some of these newer members of NATO and, newer friends. So it's Russia's smelling desperate to me in doing some of this stuff. And again, with bringing up the nuclear threats, I think this may have a beneficial effect, the pressure that's going on them, but there will be some pushback from Russia in response. But I think we should all take a breath and watch this and see where it goes before we pass any judgment. So it's not the end of the world, but it is going to be a real pain in the neck for the people who suddenly don't have their internet.
All right, Stephen Bucci, always great to have you on. Great analysis, as always, and we'll talk to you again soon. It is 7:19 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. My friends at Xfinity, they're having a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are right here. Now, you can learn how to get your choice of 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile, unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That is a very big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included. With your data option, actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary. Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. $7:26, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, along with Johnny B, Joan Jones, Dan Mandis here. So earlier I made reference to a story from the New York Times that we covered, this is a couple of days ago, I guess. But there is a group called Democracy Forward, and they've prepared a team of, listen to this, 800 lawyers at 280 organizations to battle every single one of Donald Trump's policies. Now earlier, I kind of called this a legal insurrection because I got to tell you, they're just, it doesn't seem to me like they, as in the deep state and the Democrats, it doesn't seem like they're getting it. They lost this election, and now they're trying to use all of this lawsuits and everything else to wrap or paralyze Donald Trump's administration second time around in needless litigation so that he cannot do the things that he wants to do. Now, this is from the New York Times. The Democrats have begun developing cases and workshopping specific challenges to what the group has identified as 600 priority legal threats. They say potential regulations, laws, and other administrative actions that could require a legal response, its leaders said. In other words, Trump, let's just say, for example, he wants to start the mass deportation, something the American people voted on en masse for. They're going to try to find legal ways to stop that. And so you look at abortion, health care, union protections, eliminating agencies, environmental protections, again, immigration, protecting all of those government workers whose jobs perhaps are going to be made irrelevant in the Trump administration. Well, everything the Trump administration is going to try to do that you voted on, they're going to try to use legal action to stop it. And so this is what they're calling the resistance. You recall in the first Trump administration, they had the Mueller investigation. They had all of the attempts to impeach Donald Trump. They did all of that in the first administration. Now the second Trump term is here, and this is what the resistance looks like. 800 lawyers, 280 organizations to battle every single issue that Donald Trump wants to fix that Joe Biden and the Democrats screwed up. You know who's going to be in this, by the way? Joe Biden's former chief of staff, Ron Klain. He is part of this resistance. It seems to me like he is the leader. So to me, this is just another version, just another example of mass lawfare from the Democrats and the deep state as they resist everything that Donald Trump was voted into office to do. 7:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Working so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is crucial. So is, by the way, the second cup and the third cups and so on. I depend on Space Cowboy Coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite coffee, and it really does inspire me to get downstairs, start brewing, and start prepping for Nashville's Morning News. Now, aside from the great taste, this is also a great local company based here in Nashville, and they've got a lot of fans. And right now, if you use promo code Dan, you're going to get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. So take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy Coffee is incredible. Now, some folks like their coffee on the medium and lighter side, but me, I am into the darker roast, which means that if you're like me, you need to order Starstrom and Costa Rican. Those are my two favorites. They do give me that jolt I need to get up and get out the door every single morning. So whatever roast you want, Space Cowboy Coffee has it for you. You can find them online. It is spacecowboycoffee.com, spacecowboycoffee.com.
Good morning. It's 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for your forecast and traffic still to come. The bipartisan House Ethics Committee is set to meet to decide whether to vote to release the report on Matt Gaetz and those allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. ABC's Mary Bruce.
The bipartisan House Ethics Committee spoke with two women who say Gaetz paid them for sex. Overnight, ABC News exclusively obtaining financial records revealing Gaetz appears to have sent the women over $10,000, including 27 Venmo payments, some labeled just because, travel, and extra for you.
Now, incoming Vice President J.D. Vance is shepherding Gaetz through these meetings with senators today. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, temporarily shut its doors today out of an abundance of caution. It's warning of a potentially significant airstrike, and that comes one day after Ukraine's military launched the first U.S.-made long-range missiles make that toward Russia. It also comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin threatened a nuclear response. But foreign policy expert Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation tells WTN's Dan Mandis the threat seems overblown.
Putin has threatened exactly the same way every time there's been a change, sometimes not even things that were an escalation, but it changed some way we were doing things, when we were delivering stuff, what we're delivering, what's being used, what's not. And he said, oh, you do this, that's it. I'm going to start shooting nukes at people.
Now, several other countries have also closed their Kyiv embassy as well. You've got a new option if you want to fly to Orlando. Frontier Airlines has announced a new nonstop route from Nashville International Airport to Orlando beginning in March. The flight will be available 3 times a week. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732. Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall with Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, their guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. Dan Mandis here. And with that guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Just cash in hand and a stress-free sale. Listener Ryan said that Mark Spain Real Estate exceeded their expectations by helping them achieve significantly over their asking price. They say, we can't recommend Mark Spain enough, and neither can I. Now, their guaranteed offer does give you the peace of mind that your home will be sold when you need it to be sold, and you can move when you want to move. So skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com. And start packing.
Got a problem this morning in Jolton. It's 24 eastbound lanes at New Hope Road, exit 31. It's a stalled out tractor trailer that's blocking the right lane there. And an accident this morning, 40 eastbound at McCrory Lane, exit 192. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737 WTN, Dan Mandis here. Boy, this Matt Gaetz thing, it is blowing up. CNN, we got it on in here so you don't have to, but they've been all over Matt Gaetz all day. So this is the headline. Heard Joan reporting it. This was, I guess, in the news this morning. It's a part of this ethics report that is now conveniently, parts of it have been leaked, again, conveniently. The headline is Matt Gaetz sent $10,000 in payments to two women who testified in this House probe. Now, remember, he's got a lot of enemies, and people on both sides of the aisle just absolutely detest this guy, as does most of Washington, D.C. That doesn't mean he did anything wrong. Now, the headline, it does, I'm going to admit, as a guy, and I'm a free thinker, and I'm not above saying that one of Donald Trump's picks, specifically for Attorney General, may have done something wrong. And they've got all of these lists and all of this accounting of all of this money sent to these two women. And I keep going back to the same thing, which is the Department of Justice looked at this and they decided that there was nothing here. Gaetz, he's out there saying, listen, they're misconstruing money that I generously sent to ex-girlfriends, and they're trying to make it into something untoward. Now, he was married in 2021, so he's a single guy. The House Ethics, at the time, the House Ethics Committee obtained records, including a check and records of Venmo payments that appear to show that then Representative Matt Gaetz paid more than $10,000 to two women who were later witnesses in sexual misconduct probes conducted by both the House and the Justice Department, according to documents obtained by ABC News. The Venmo records show that between July of 2017 and late January of 2019, Matt Gaetz, who was first elected in 2016, allegedly made these 27 Venmo payments totaling $10,224 to these two witnesses who were over the age of 18 at the time. The payments, which sources said were displayed during closed-door testimony, ranged from $100 to more than $700 each. And so some of the notes, they say gifts, $200 gift in June of 2018, car deductible for $300 in May of 2018, and on it goes. One says November 16th of 2018, Matt Gaetz, it says $300, and the note says, love you.
Oh, my goodness.
ABC News previously reporting that House investigators had subpoenaed Venmo for Gaetz's records and had been showing them to witnesses asking if they were for sex or drugs. The Venmo records totaling over $10,000 in payments were shown to the witnesses who testified that some of the payments were from Gaetz and were for sex. A source familiar with the investigation telling ABC News. Well, so these are... Okay, I may get myself into trouble here. Johnny Joan, if I start to go down a road I shouldn't go, then just sound the alarm.
You trust us?
It is.
Okay, God, I'm sorry.
Boy, yeah.
It is entirely possible that these two women are scorned. Remember that Matt Gaetz got married in 2021.
That's correct.
He is sending all of these women money, and it's safe to say that he was clearly, apparently, sending these women money. It doesn't necessarily mean, or it doesn't mean that that money was for sex. It could just be that he's generous. I mean, that happens all the time. Let's face it, people, especially guys, they can be dupes when it comes to women and money. We see this kind of stuff all the time. And so if he's got these two women and they're getting it on and whatever, and he's sending them money because he likes having them around, but it's not necessarily for the act of sex. And then he decides that he's going to get married, and then these two women get ticked off, and now all of a sudden, they're going to say whatever they are saying behind closed doors.
Yeah, the money goes away. And
the money goes away.
They're not happy.
They're ticked. There's been talks about how people have been trying to blackmail him as well. So there's that part of the story, too. And my bottom line is the DOJ looked at this And they seem to think there's nothing here.
Haven't we seen this movie before? This is Kavanaugh 2.0.
Exactly. That's what we said yesterday.
I mean, really, I feel like we shouldn't be duped into running down these roads all the time. You did not say anything, by the way, that could get you in trouble, I don't think. But I feel like we've been down this road before. At the end of the road, we always find that there's something amiss, something wrong with the story.
Well, and you pointed this out yesterday, Dan, that one of the women in question said the other one was underage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
At 17. She also said that she didn't believe Gaetz knew the girl was 17, and that she claims once he learned she was not of age, he waited until she was 18. But wouldn't this other girl be
Yes.
liable?
Yeah, she should, because she's supposed to go to the authorities. If you know something like this is happening, I think that's what happened. So I think that the gravy train for these two women ended. They got ticked off. Somewhere along the line, he was blackmailed, or there was attempted blackmail. And they got ticked off that he got married, and they said what they said. Now, here's the deal. He's a congressman. He's a young guy. He's single, and he's enjoying the life of a Washington, D.C. congressman. And if he's got a couple of girlfriends and he's sending them money for whatever reason, well, that's his business. I mean, he can do that if he chooses.
That's true.
Right? I mean, if I've got a girlfriend, if I'm single and I've got a girlfriend and she needs help with the car or groceries or something, well, then, you know what? That's my business. I mean, this is not something I like to talk about a lot, but when I was going through my divorce, I was completely broken. Amy helped me buy groceries. That's how broke I was. She wasn't paying me for anything else but the groceries.
Yeah, in our case, it's turned backwards.
That's exactly
radio
right.
people.
But divorces will kill you. Anyway, moving right along from there. So I don't know. I don't think there's anything here, and neither did the DOJ. So I think it's really convenient that now these, it's now convenient that these things are being leaked now that he is going to, he's up for Attorney General. They say the Justice Department received access to roughly every financial transaction Matt Gaetz ever undertook and came to the conclusion that he committed no crime. Trump transition spokesperson Alex Pfeiffer said in response to ABC News reporting, these leaks are meant to undermine the mandate from the people to reform the Justice Department. Okay. And again, Matt Gaetz, his response was that these are ex-girlfriends and they're trying to turn this into, at the time they were obviously girlfriends, and they're trying to turn it into something untoward because they're trying to derail what Trump is trying to do with the AG's office. Am I wrong on this?
Here's what I'd like to see leaked. Truly leaked. These women came forward for a reason, obviously. Sometimes that reason is money. Did they get money from somebody else to make this leak?
Oh, maybe. Maybe. You know, hell hath no fury than a woman scorned, or sometimes two.
That's correct. That's correct.
See, I always get in trouble. I always get oh, you're being sexist. There's a saying for a reason.
We don't all talk like that. Just saying.
Very true.
I wasn't saying you.
Yeah.
No. I was saying people that say that it's sexist. Those that's what the liberals to me sound like, or the people that complain about when I say these kinds of things. I was talking about all women.
Okay.
I know all women don't talk like that.
All right.
Now, here's the thing, though. Johnny, help. Here's the thing, though.
SOS.
Is that
help a brother out?
Sometimes people sound a certain way, and then in the mind of the person receiving the communication, it sounds decidedly different.
Yes, it does. It sounds very screeching.
Oh, look at the time. We're
Oh,
late.
gosh, we gotta go.
Gotta go, man. 7:46, time to check the roads on WTN. 747, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know if it's so foggy out there. Fog this morning, maybe it's burned off by now. What are you seeing, Johnny?
It looks cloudy. It looks like it's lifted.
Okay. Clouds have come in. The fog apparently has lifted. High of 58 today. Right now, I'm seeing 54 degrees.
I'm seeing 53.
On Super Talk 99.7. What's
I
a
see
degree
dead
among
people.
friends? What'd you say, Joan?
I see dead people.
I see different temperatures.
Well, the dead people you're referring to, Joan, are Democrat voters.
Yeah, my dad was a lifelong Republican till he died.
There you go. That's exactly right. By the way, I have requests to replay that Alan Lichtman interview that he was on the Young Turks. Now, Lichtman, is it Alan Lichtman? They call him this great prognosticator, the Nostradamus of pollsters. Remember this guy?
Yeah.
And we played this earlier, and people are asking me to replay it. So he's on this show called The Young Turks. And the Young Turks, they're very progressive, very liberal. And this Lichtman, he fancies himself as a great pollster. And you remember we talked about this a couple of days ago where he was so wrong, like many others. He was so wrong on the 2024 election that, because he was predicting a Kamala win, that he was going to go ahead and step back. Well, he didn't step back enough. He decided that he was going to do his hit on the Young Turks, and they absolutely crucify him.
Look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
Couldn't
not
find
right,
him
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever point you want. Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attacked me personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right.
And here's the funny thing. The funny thing is, like, attacking you because you were wrong, that's not a personal attack. That is attacking your credibility as a pollster, and they're attacking your abilities. There's a big difference.
Only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published?
Now, can I just tell you that published books, because Lichtman is like really defensive, and he's trying to throw his weight around. How many books have you published? Dude, it doesn't matter. You were wrong, massively wrong during the election. And this egg is on the face not only of Lichtman, but all the Nostradamus of pollsters, but on a lot of the pollsters.
No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it wrong.
Yeah, he got it wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you proved
admitted
it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second?
I love that. A tall glass of shut-up juice. You know what we need? We need, like, the daily designation of the shut-up juice. And I'm not eligible.
I was just thinking.
I know you were,
This is
Joan.
perfect.
I had to cut you off right there because I knew where you were going. Hey, Dan, you want some shut-up juice?
Come on, Johnny. It was like he set it up. I knocked it down. What?
Yes, you
It
did.
was there.
You knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
I bet you for Lichtman, that shut-up juice is very bitter.
Glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second? And let someone who knows what they're
Not
doing.
if you're
So
gonna
right,
personally
Pierre.
attack
You're
me.
so right.
So
We're so
make
unified
any
right now,
point you
Pierre.
want.
So
I will not sit here and stand for.
You know what's so funny? Lichtman keeps saying, "I'm not going to sit here and stand for
I know.
this."
Yeah, and he keeps on.
Yet he stays.
And he's kind of
Personal-
like the Nostradamus. Like Nostradamus, his career is dead.
Yep, that's a great point, Johnny.
Attacks for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
own ego
against you?
by
What the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are you
like that.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make your
you
point.
loser?
Line of the day.
Oh, man.
I love it. I love it.
Are you Jesus Christ?
You loser.
The man's been revealed as a fraud, and he's just having a hard time accepting it.
Oh, I remember I played the audio of him when he realized on election night that he was going to that Trump was going to win and Harris was going to lose.
Yeah.
He had turned white. He was like, you could see his entire career crumbling before his very eyes. And he's still trying to, stay relevant by, appearing on the Young Turks and so forth. But I think polling in and of itself, I think it has now become irrelevant. There really is no way to recover from how wrong they were. Midterm elections and now this time around as well. Midterm elections, the red wave that never happened, right? And so for people like Lichtman, the woman in Iowa, Ann Seltzer, the Des Moines, Iowa poll, she gave up on her career. Yeah. She's like, I'm out.
I quit.
But she didn't admit that it was because she was so wrong.
No, she just, oh, no, I've been thinking about retiring for months now.
She's pursuing other opportunities.
That's what it is.
She's spending more time with her family.
That's what it is. Yeah. All right, 7:53, and Joan Jones has the news at 8. I'm going to go see if there's any shut-up juice in the refrigerator.
I can find you some.
I'm sure you can. So
Yeah.
a lot of other people. Anyway, Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Coming up, a mysterious shooting in the Bordeaux neighborhood. Now police think they may have the shooter in custody. And Jay Leno has yet another accident. We'll tell you how the beloved star is doing today. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTF.
That Jay Leno story, Joan?
Yeah.
There is so many bizarre things about that story.
Yep, there sure is.
Is it? Okay, well, you know what? Maybe
Let's discuss after the news so you don't give my whole story away.
We'll discuss it after. Wow. You know what that was, Johnny? That wasn't shut up juice. That was just shut up.
Yes, it was. That was direct shot.
I don't need juice.
Anyway, so yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Apparently. So many reasons to like my 2A paradise, the Glock store. Number one, it is a great place to buy guns, is the Glock store. Guns, ammo, firearms, you can customize them as well. The training, all of it outstanding at the Glock store. This is my 2A paradise. Now, as far as training goes, I've been training with the Glock store for a long time. They have these massive rooms where you can refine your shooting skills, firing behind corners, in the dark, in motion, and various target levels as well. So don't settle for lane ranges. Go to the Shoot 270 ranges at the Glock store. Indoor ranges, they are fantastic. And these folks are also partners to WTN. Remember, and I always say this, that our advertisers help us spread the message, and the Glock store is not only a 2-way paradise, but also a supporter to our cause. So check them out, shoot270.com. Get your training, get your firearms, get your ammunition, all of it at the Glock store. Find out more information, videos, and pictures of their Shoot 270 indoor ranges at shoot270.com. Shoot270.com. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A couple of clouds hanging around 54 for today, and we'll get some good sunshine today, dry things out a bit. The full forecast is still to come. Metro Nashville police believe they are close to making an arrest in a shooting on Snell Boulevard in the Bordeaux neighborhood that happened yesterday morning. They have two people in custody who were inside a home where a shooting took place on the porch of that home. They believe one of them is the shooter. The victim drove himself to the hospital. This neighbor tells Channel 4 it was a bizarre scene.
They drove away shortly after the injured driver, and then came back about 5 minutes later and got the hose out from behind the bush over there, and were spraying off all the blood from the shot. And that's how I knew he got shot on the front porch.
Now, we don't know the condition of the victim today. A tree farm in western North Carolina has been selected to provide a White House Christmas tree this year. Cartner's Christmas Tree Farm is in Newland. That area was hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Their tree will be decorated in the White House Blue Room. Growers in the Tar Heel State produce nearly a quarter of the real Christmas trees grown in the U.S. every year. Fox News reports that despite this year's hardships, there are not expected to be any shortfalls around the country. More trouble for comedian Jay Leno. The 74-year-old former Tonight Show host showed up at his latest comedy show wearing an eye patch. Now, he had a broken wrist and a bruised face, and it was really bruised, too. He tells Inside Edition that he took a bad fall down a hill 60 feet down, hitting rocks along the way. Leno also suffered severe burns, if you'll remember, while working in his garage. That was in 2022. He also crashed a motorcycle, breaking a collarbone and some ribs as well. He's had a tough go of it. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News Wall Street now. NVIDIA is set to report fiscal third quarter earnings after the closing bell today. Investors are looking for indications of demand for the tech giant's Blackwell AI chips, which CEO Jensen Huang last month characterized as insane. Anticipation over the NVIDIA report has pushed up stock futures a day after the Dow Jones slipped another 121 points and closed at 43,269. The S&P on Tuesday gained 0.4%, the Nasdaq 1%. Stellantis is introducing a new platform that'll let it build several types of vehicles, including EVs and gas burners, on the same assembly line. The parent to Jeep and Chrysler also is delaying production of its electric Ram pickup until next year.
Dow futures this morning are up 94 points. NASDAQ futures gaining 26. S&P futures, they're up 6 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some problems this morning on 40 in the eastbound lanes at McCrory Lane. That's exit 192, an accident involving 3 vehicles. That'll be there a while. 40 westbound after Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 219. That's an accident scene. And another one this morning, an accident in Antioch on Murfreesboro Pike, west of Pin Hook Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. So earlier I was talking about the resistance, right? The resistance, the left and the deep state and all this, and what they're going to do legally, or I should say utilizing lawfare, to stop the administration of Donald Trump from performing and executing what the American people voted them into office to do. There is this audio going around the interwebs now. It's columnist Jen Rubin. And she is saying that Democrats need to message over and over again, I kid you not, that Republicans want to kill Americans. Apparently this woman, from what I'm told and what I've seen online, some people call her conservative, maybe as far as progressives go. She's a little bit more moderate, but there's nothing moderate about this statement.
You can't talk broad themes. You have to boil it down to nuts and bolts, and you have to be pithy. What do I mean by pithy? How about this? Republicans want to kill your kids. It's actually true. If you're going to oppose vaccinations, if you're going to stop breakthrough medical research, if you're going to allow minors and all sorts of people to get semi-automatic weapons, which they use to shoot up schools, well, then you are responsible for kids' health and death, unfortunately. It has to be that simple and that direct, and it has to be over and over and over again.
Yeah, but Jen, it's not true. I mean, what you said, by and large, is not true. And we can talk about the Second Amendment all you want, but the reality is that RFK Jr., when he comes in, he doesn't oppose vaccinations, and he has literally said he is not going to take away vaccinations. What he's going to do is he's calling for more transparency and more testing. He's literally, I would say to Jen Rubin, he's trying to make them safer for kids. But you see, this is when I talk about the left, and when I talk about how absolutely insane they are, and that they don't really still understand what happened on November 5th. Well, that is a prime example. I mean, to be honest with you, I think playing audio of these folks that are just absolutely insane with their hatred of Donald Trump, I think at this point it is so available. And it's all over the place. As a talk show host, I consider it, sort of like low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean by low-hanging fruit? It's like, oh, gosh, I have 20 minutes to fill. Let's play all of the audio of, these TDSers out there that can't deal with November 5th. But I don't want to do that. Because quite frankly, it to me anyway, it's rather boring. I do find it interesting, though, because what happened yesterday, and I don't know if you saw it, but did you see the whole thing with Elon Musk and SpaceX, where they had a launch yesterday in Texas, and there was a lot of attention paid to that for a number of different reasons. You've got Elon Musk there. You've got Donald Trump there. You've got our own Senator Bill Hagerty there, which, by the way, they still haven't hit me back. But I kid you not, I took a screenshot of the TV with Bill Hagerty there, and I sent it to the Hagerty's people, and I said, could they possibly be discussing a cabinet position, because he's there right next to Donald Trump. He and Trump are talking, and they have not gotten back to me, surprisingly enough. But here's the thing. When you look at it and you look at all the people that Donald Trump is hanging out with, and the fact that he's there in Texas for this SpaceX launch, it really is, people are reading a lot into this. Because while I don't believe that Elon Musk is an official part of the Trump administration, and I'll explain that in a second, I think that there's a lot of folks who are watching this and saying, this really does cement the Elon Musk-Donald Trump relationship, because Elon Musk has helped Donald Trump a lot. Let's all be honest. And he's helped the conservative cause a lot. Donald Trump's appearance at the SpaceX launch, I think, was Trump's way of saying, Elon, we're on the same side. Now, it's funny because the media isn't even trying to hide their contempt. This was Jake Tapper yesterday as America watched that rocket launch in Texas. Now, you've got our own senator, again, Bill Hagerty there, but you also have Ted Cruz, Elon Musk, of course, and a lot of others.
Look at this shot right now coming in live. We got Musk there. We got, I don't recognize everybody. There's President Trump, Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, who is also thought to possibly have a position coming in the administration. Senator Ted Cruz on the left with the shades. Is that Ronnie Jackson on the right with the hat? I can't really tell. What do you make of this? They fashion themselves on social media as this legion of superheroes. This incoming administration. Now you're looking at me like you mean the Legion of Doom.
So I'm not all up on the whole superhero universe thing, but you heard Jake Tapper say they're like the Legion of Doom, as opposed to, people like to say, well, this is like the Avengers. That's what everybody's saying, is that this is like the Avengers. And Tapper, you hear him, and he's making fun of the sunglasses that everyone is wearing, like they're pretending to be superheroes. And I would say, number one, Trump himself was not wearing sunglasses. I don't know if I've ever seen Donald Trump wear sunglasses, but they're out. Memo to Jake Tapper, they're outside, they're looking up into the sun at a rocket in the sky. And by the way, nobody has anything to say about Joe Biden always wearing his aviators. So I thought that the whole thing is rather ridiculous. And it is TDS on full display. And I think they might be having some fun, the Trump culture, if you will. They're having fun on social media. They're having fun. But the reality is that they have their supporters and their surrogates, and they are feeling really good. Donald Trump and Republicans and conservatives, we feel good because we won the election. Now you got Beyonce and Billie Eilish and Oprah and all these people. Their side lost the election, but Jake Tapper and a lot of these folks, they had nothing to say about Beyonce and Billie Eilish and all these other people like Oprah that were supporting Kamala Harris. But suddenly they're criticizing Donald Trump supporters and his insider and his team for doing whatever it is that they're doing. They call it like they're strutting around, like they're sort of bragging about the fact that they won the election. Well, you know what? They should be strutting around. They should be proud of what they accomplished.
Listen, this is one of the most successful people that the world has ever known, and the ability to build businesses and think outside the box and be an entrepreneur. That's a voice that the president really values. But when you look at this totality, this kind of theme that they all think they're superheroes now, there's a little bit more swagger with the Republican Party now because they did win the White House, the House, and the Senate.
It's interesting. Remember when Joe Biden, the media was selling Joe Biden as Dark Brandon? Remember that whole thing? Treating Joe Biden like a superhero instead of the super dope that he actually is? Yes. Thank you. I made that up myself.
You see it in sports now where people are scoring touchdowns and goals and winning matches and doing the Trump dance. There are Republicans who are feeling pretty cool about themselves for the first time in a long time, but they should stop. The guys should all stop doing the dance unless they're athletes.
The dance is a little weird, but unless
it doesn't quite work unless you're Donald Trump.
What's so funny is that, I don't think the Trump dance is weird. Do you, Johnny?
Not at all. I just saw a clip of Ted Nugent and his wife doing it. They look great.
That is so not surprising.
No, it isn't surprising at all.
Now, I've tried the dance. Now, I will admit that me trying to do the dance, because I'm awkward and uncoordinated in every possible way. So it doesn't really work that well for me. But, Trump and the NFL and all of these folks, in college ball as well, they're doing the Trump dance. People are definitely out of the closet and showing their support for Donald Trump. The NFL, by the way, has now come out and said that the players that were doing the Trump dance, they will not be penalized.
They shouldn't be. They're happy. Everybody's happy.
Absolutely, except the people stuck in traffic. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. Thank you for your Wednesday, November 20th. Fog this morning, sunny by this afternoon, and a high of 58. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So yesterday, real quickly, Alvin, because I want to play this Mark Levin audio because it is amazing. Yesterday, Alvin Bragg decided, you probably heard the news. I had some conversations about this with Jonathan Fahey earlier, if you want to check the podcast. Alvin Bragg decides not to dismiss his case against Donald Trump, the hush money case. Alvin Bragg saying, no, you know what? What we're going to do, we're just going to put off. We're going to put this off for like 4 years. He's going to hold on to this for another 4 years, basically holding this gun, if you will, against Donald Trump's head for 4 years. And so once his second term in office is over, then he's going to have to deal with this. Now, Trump's attorneys, they wanted the whole case dismissed, but no, Bragg is going to hold on to it. And so Mark Levin, he was on Fox News, and they're talking about all of this. And by the way, the hush money, all of these cases are bogus. The hush money case is absolutely, of all of the bogus cases against Donald Trump, I guess I would say that this is the bogiest, the most bogus, the worst, whatever. Anyway, here's what Mark Levin had to say about all of this, because he says that it is unconstitutional.
For the American people, we have what's called the Supremacy Clause in the Constitution. That means a district attorney and an acting state elected judge cannot interfere with the United States Constitution or federal law, or for that matter, the functioning of the office of the presidency. Just imagine the mayhem and the chaos that would exist if we allowed 12 to 14,000 district attorneys to do this.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. You've got all of these district attorneys, a lot of them, of course, funded by George Soros. And we have that, as Mark Levin just laid out. There is this supremacy clause. All of this lawfare and these district attorneys, they are looking to prevent Donald Trump from doing what he needs to do. And I hate to keep going through all of this election. The 2024 election was a mandate thing, but it really was. And so the American people need to know that their vote will be protected from the insane Democrats that have been attacking Donald Trump. And this lawfare business has gone on for years now, in one form or another. And I've been telling you, part of the news cycle in the last couple of days has been the Democrats hiring 800 attorneys and all of these different organizations, and they're going to do everything they can to try and fight Donald Trump tooth and nail on everything that he wants to do. It's like a legal insurrection. And so now you're going to have all of these folks, including Alvin Bragg, and they're just going to keep doing this. And so I like what Mark Levin says, that Trump's administration is protected by that supremacy clause.
You have the DOJ opinions in 1973 and 2000. They said an indictment hanging over the president. You can substitute that with a sentencing hanging over the president, or the right to appeal hanging over a president while he remains in office would damage the institution of the presidency virtually to the same extent as an actual conviction. Now, what do you do? What do you do is you look at Supreme Court precedent. The Supreme Court needs to step in.
Absolutely. And the Supreme Court needs to look at this case, and they need to dismiss it themselves, because I don't believe that Donald Trump is being treated fairly. I don't think he's ever been treated fairly in especially this case, the hush money case. The problem is these Democrats, they just don't care. They don't. You know, all of this lawfare has proven that they don't care. They don't care about the law. They don't care about, in my opinion, what's right and wrong. They don't care about any of it. They also don't care about the truth. And they don't care about the will of the American people. Otherwise, Alvin Bragg would have said, you know what? Kind of like Jack Smith was forced to do. You know what? We're just going to wrap this up, and he was elected president, and it's time to move on. Levin, by the way, says that you can look no further than Bush v. Gore to use as justification for the Supreme Court to step in.
Bush lawyer said, we have an out-of-control Florida Supreme Court. They're allowing the counting of ballots until Gore wins. We need to put an end to this. So, to me, President Trump's lawyers, depending on what Marchand does, although I do it now, take this precedent of Bush versus Gore. You have an overwhelming case of a violation of the federal Constitution, federal law, an overwhelming case of a violation of a Supreme Court immunity ruling, an overwhelming case of a violation of the Department of Justice policy for half a century, and say to the Supreme Court, Court, you're the only ones who can help us here. Help our Constitution. We just had an election. Put this thing back in the box. fix it before it's applied to another president of the United States, and the court will either take it or it won't.
And I'd be willing to bet, and Mark Levin says that he'd be willing to bet that the Supreme Court would take this because it is clearly wrong. And one of the things that Donald Trump has always said is that the kind of lawfare that he is facing and has faced, he doesn't want this to happen to another president, Republican or Democrat. He just doesn't, because he recognizes that this is wrong. And I think the lawfare, I think this is part of why Trump ultimately ended up winning, because people have seen the Democrats at their absolute worst behavior. And Democrats have done everything they could to obviously not only keep Donald Trump off the ballot or get Donald Trump off the ballot, but also try to distract him and destroy him so that he wouldn't run for president. Then he was running for president. He was kept off the campaign trail because he had to be in court. He had his right to free speech basically curtailed by these judges. And there's a lot of things that you could go through that were wrong, constitutionally and otherwise. And so for me, for Alvin Bragg to want to hang this over Trump's head for 4 years and not dismissing this case tells you that this lawfare is not going to end. And the Democrats trying to legally, through all of these lawsuits, trying to prevent Trump from, for example, mass deportation. It's only going to make them look worse in the end. Because why did Donald Trump win? Because over the last 4 years, as I said 4 years ago, because over the last 4 years, Democrats did what Democrats do. That led to Donald Trump's victory. And if they keep it up, I don't know when they're going to see power again. Which is okay by me. 824, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
A teenager taken into custody charged with killing another teen at a downtown bus stop yesterday. Also, why prosecutors in the Laken Riley murder case think they may have a slam dunk. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joe. At 824, Dan Mandis here. And now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators. If you've ever wanted those amazing backup home standby generators, now is the time to do it. Plus, great financing options as well. Now, if you want a free 10-year warranty that is well over $1,000 in value, call Cove Generators today. Let me give you the phone number, 931-559-3311. Again, you mention my name, you get that free 10-year warranty over $1,000 value. And again, they've got great financing options as well. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. They can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. 931-559-3311. Find them online, covegenerators.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 8:31 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know of an accident that is causing a delay, in fact, a road closure this morning. So be advised. 24, the westbound lanes approaching Joe B. Jackson Highway, that's Parkway, that's exit 84. There's an accident involving some injuries, 6 vehicles involved in this accident, and lots of rescue equipment on the scene. Again, that's 24, westbound approaching Joe B. Jackson Parkway. Just be careful. In the news, a 15-year-old Nashville teenager has been arrested for the shooting death of another teenager at a WeGo bus stop. This happened yesterday afternoon. Police say the two were engaged in a fight before the shooting. This man tells Channel 4 he got a phone call just as the shooting was occurring.
It was like, hey, they just got the shooting again down here. Then the phone kind of like went black, and all I could hear is, give him CPR, give him CPR. He was a good kid, man. He didn't deserve that.
That good kid, the victim, is 16-year-old Braden Caldwell. He died at Vanderbilt Pediatrics. The shooter has been identified as Shamari Bailey, who was taken into custody last night at an apartment on University Court. He was identified by witnesses at the scene, including a security guard. Defense lawyers for the illegal alien accused of killing Georgia nursing student Laken Riley will present their case today. But they may have a hard time explaining away one piece of evidence. Here's ABC's Faith Abube.
We expect the defense to call a couple of witnesses they hope will unravel the state's case. The attorneys arguing that the evidence against Jose Ibarra is circumstantial at best, but a state's witness testifying that there was DNA, the suspect's DNA, found underneath Laken Riley's fingernail.
Yesterday, Ibarra's lawyers telling the judge that he will not be taking the stand. And TSU launching a new graduate degree in legal studies to include 8 hours of instruction from the Nashville School of Law. The board approved that program last week, calling the collaboration with Nashville School of Law a baby step approach on its way to offering its own law school. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks starting out mixed this morning. Dow Jones Industrials up 62, but the NASDAQ down 23. The S&P 500 index is minus just a point. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big accident this morning, Murfreesboro. This is on 24, the westbound lanes approaching Joe B. Jackson Parkway, exit 84. Now, police are reporting 6 vehicles involved in this accident. There are a lot of rescue equipment on the scene. Also, a lot of, watched on the camera, a lot of vehicles pulled off to the side in that area, and it's attracting a lot of attention. Be careful. Again, it's 24 westbound approaching Joe B. Jackson Parkway. An accident, Laverne blocking the left lane on 24 westbound lanes at exit 62 for Old Hickory Boulevard, and an accident as well in Antioch on Murfreesboro Pike at Pinhook Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the Gang of Four. Now, we're not the Legion of Doom. We're not quite the Legion of Doom. But we are the Gang of Four. I'll call Johnny a superhero. Johnny can be a superhero. Johnny, I got to tell you, though, the tight's not working.
I see them from behind. They're working for me. Woo!
Whoa! All right.
Whoa! Joan Glenna would like to have a word. Joan Jones is there.
Hello.
And Chris is here. Hello,
What's
Chris.
up, guys? What's up? How are we? How we doing?
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you guys.
We ought to have like superhero tights day on the morning show. We could all wear our tights.
I don't think.
Let me just ask this question.
We want people to watch the Super Talk TV. Dan.
Let me just ask this question. Why is it that women can wear tights wherever they go and men aren't allowed to? Chris, Joan?
I don't know.
They look better.
I think women
we're good that way.
Don't women need to be careful about the yoga pants now
yeah.
with those forever chemicals?
Yep.
Yeah.
RFK is going to make yoga pants safe again.
I love it.
What? Wait, hold on. Back up. Now, just so we're clear.
What?
So we're clear.
You weren't aware of the danger that yoga pants pose?
Well, if I'm wearing them, absolutely there's a danger. People will die laughing. And I have no interest in wearing them, by the way. But what are you talking about? Like, there's dangerous chemicals in yoga pants?
Yeah, there's PFAs in your clothing. They're dangerous forever chemicals, and they're seeping into the openings. It's in your.
Is it just yoga pants?
It's sports bras too. In all honesty, no joke. This is something that you should look at if you're a woman.
It's crazy. I'm just looking at it now, and yeah.
And you can, and this is my tinfoil hat, but they say it's associated with like breast cancers and stuff like that.
Wouldn't that make sense? You know,
I don't know if it's tinfoil hat or not. It doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past anyone.
I don't want to get you suspended tomorrow, so I'm giving that.
If you could wait,
well, Dan.
if you could wait until Thursday and then I can have a 3-day weekend, that'd be appreciated.
Perfect. I got a wild show on Thursday. Did you hear about the guy in California whose son he's fighting for custody for his 2 kids? And he's fighting with his wife, who's in California, and she wants to trans one of the kids.
No, but this happened in Canada as well.
Yeah, so, the guy that's in Texas who's fighting his wife in California is going to be on the show tomorrow.
No
that little boy is 6 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
Wait, 6 years old and the ex-wife is trying to transition this kid?
That's child abuse.
Yep. It's heartbreaking. So we'll have him on the show tomorrow, and then I'll get you suspended for Friday.
The worst part is the judge is siding with him.
Yeah.
With her, I'm sorry, with the mother.
It's a California judge, so it's
Shock
a Democrat activist.
That is insane.
Yep.
That judge ought to be disbarred, and
it's heartbreaking. Like, that should be criminal charges.
Well, okay, so how old was the kid when this all transitioning thing began?
This has been happening since, I think, 2022.
For 3 years, it's been happening.
So this kid was
more,
2 or
maybe.
3 years old, and the mother is saying that this little boy wants to be a little girl at the age of 2 or 3.
Yep.
And a judge. This shows you that this is the scary part about judges.
Yes.
And we've all, especially during the Trump administration, where you have like Judge Merchan, you have these judges that they've got this ultimate power. And it seems like now they're abusing their power.
Yeah.
And this is a classic example.
Well, and then the moms, I just think about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, right? Like you are trying to be this hero, and then you get to virtue signal on Facebook, and you get love bombed by the leftists, and you feel like you're doing, this ultimate good, but you're ruining this kid's life forever.
I have somebody in my life that is just like that, and has led to somebody that I know and love. I mean, I can't really talk about it a whole lot, but leading them into a life that he should never have been in.
It's tough.
It's heartbreaking to watch it happen.
This dad posted on Twitter yesterday, "I lost all my parental rights to my sons. Goodbye, boys. Perhaps we'll meet when you are adults. California judge gave my wife authority to castrate my son, James. All contact with my boys must be supervised. I won't do that. I send letters and gifts to my son. My ex is not required to give them to the boys. I cannot post pictures of my sons. Let my story be a cautionary one for young men. Fathers have no rights to their children. Do not enter the family law system."
There's a lot of truth to that statement.
There is.
That's a lot of truth.
He said that, going into a situation where he's in supervised meetings with his children opens up a door for the people who are supervising to create another avenue where they can say he is doing something he shouldn't be doing. He said he just won't do it.
Yeah, a lot of people push back against the no supervised visit.
Yeah.
And he did another post, and he was like, a number of well-meaning people have urged me to attend supervised visit. It's a bad idea. It's bad for kids. Supervised visitation reinforces in a child's mind that the father is dangerous, that something is wrong with him. It's also bad for the father. The supervisor can record anything he wants. Whatever he writes down, the court will take as fact. Supervision provides infinitely malleable material for the courts to make damaging findings. And then this one really was the exclamation point. Flights and supervision run to over $2,000 per visit for him.
See, that's what they do. They beat you down with money. And, I mean, this happens to guys all the time in different circumstances and scenarios. But, I mean, he's right, especially in California. So how's this guy holding up? I mean, I know you're going to talk to him tomorrow, but...
Yeah, we'll talk to him tomorrow. I mean, I think, for all things considered, he's been dealing with this for a long time. Right. So I think that he is in it sucks, but I don't think he's
he's paying child support for kids that he'll never see.
Yep.
And that's the heartbreaking part is, oftentimes this happens where primarily men are not allowed for whatever reason to see the kids, or the mom can move them out of state, whatever it is. They never get to see the kids. And yet they have to pay child support. And it's just, this happens to guys where there's not an appreciation for what men have to offer. Right. And they'll be banned from their lives if the mother says, the guy did this, the guy did that, and with no proof, his visitation rights are gone. It is really sad.
Too many times in divorce courts, they do favor the women. And I've never understood that.
The good thing is that is getting better. Clearly, though, not in California.
No.
Not in California.
California doesn't feel like America.
Do you know if that guy moved from California, or if
I think it was the other way around.
The other way around. The
if
mother
I recall
moved
correctly,
to California.
they were in Texas. The mother moved to California.
That shouldn't be allowed.
No.
It's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what the courts do. What time are you going to talk to him? Just to make this epic tease complete.
So tomorrow it'll be at 10:05.
All right, 10:05.
Yep, 10:05
This guy's name,
tomorrow.
so people can look up?
Jeff Younger. And you can find his story on my Twitter account at Chris Hand on Air.
All right, looking forward to that. Speaking of California, I don't know if this is true or not, but James Woods has tweeted this out. This has been making the rounds, but this is in California. A police officer pulls over a couple of guys in a car. One of them identifies as a cat.
Oh, my.
Now, maybe we can play a game. Is this real or fake? But this is how it sounds.
So you do currently have a California driver's license. You just don't have a physical copy on you at the moment.
That's my preferred method of identification.
And this is?
It's a cat collar. I'm currently identifying as a cat.
Fair enough. The information here in the tag, I'm assuming belongs to you, the boyfriend?
Yeah.
That's so rude. I hope you know I'm recording.
Well, it wasn't my intention to offend you, but he just identified as a cat, and you're wearing a Harriet's Waltz t-shirt, so forgive me if I came to a conclusion that you guys are involved in some sort of a homosexual arrangement.
I'm not mad that you think we're together, but you're using gendered language. Besides, I'm not his boyfriend, I'm his owner.
Okay. Well, look, we can do this the hard way if you'd like. I can have this car towed, because last I checked, a cat is not licensed to operate a motor vehicle in the state of California. We can have animal control come get you, take you to a shelter where your owner can retrieve you for a fee of $70 after you're given the necessary immunizations, which do include a rabies shot, possibly even spayed or neuter, whichever you prefer or identify with. Is that what you guys want to do here?
What should we do? I don't know. I don't have $70.
Sir, I can also request that a mental health care professional come down here on scene and do an evaluation of you, because you're considering letting him take a rabies shot rather than just give me an ID, use some manners so I can give you your ticket and move along.
Yep, there you go.
Love that officer.
I do too.
My favorite part was,
Man.
I don't have $70.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true liberal.
I don't have $70. Oh, my goodness. All right, whatever.
That cop deserves a medal.
Well, okay, so do you think that's real or fake?
No,
that's the thing.
Fake.
Is that fake?
If they all had British accents, I would believe it was real. But that one is fake. That one is fake.
Oh, man. Yeah, that, you know what, though? It's things like that I think the reason why Trump won the election, because that's actually believable.
Yes,
it is.
Because there are people on the left that actually believe that it's okay to identify as a cat.
Well, they even had somebody in the Biden administration that thought they were a dog.
Seriously?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, remember the guy, Sam Britton, he was stealing luggage?
That's what it was.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, Sam used to have a dog collar.
That was role playing. That was sexual role playing played out for the entire United States of America and the world. And this guy had access to our nuclear. Was he a nuclear?
No, I don't think he was role playing. He was a trans.
Guys,
Yes.
Republicans are so weird.
Yes. And not only was he trans, he was stealing women's luggage.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's got the lipstick on, and he had a beard. See, that's my
Yes.
problem with some of these people.
Yeah, shave the beard, dude, if you're going to go that route.
If you're gonna go all the way.
Yeah.
Deal with the private parts and shave the beard.
Trump's cabinet picks are unqualified.
Man, I'm just saying.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you think of it? There's a Huffington Post, Andrea Tate, real quickly. She has decided now, and again, she's a writer, and apparently, well, she writes for HuffPost, so obviously she's a nut job on the left. And she says, and she's written this, her husband apparently is a Trump supporter. In the aftermath of the election's results, still under the bed covers Wednesday morning, I scrolled social media looking for hope. I unfriended a few short-sighted Facebook friends. No need to continue our digital relationships and witness their selfishness and hate. Then, she says, I saw my husband's posts. God bless America. God bless number 45 and 47. She has now decided, because this is all about women cutting off their husbands, no sex and all that other kind, what do they call it, 4Bs or something like that. She's decided now that she's canceled Thanksgiving because she doesn't want her husband or her husband's Trump-loving family to come over for Thanksgiving. She's demanded that he delete the posts, and he is saying, no, I'm not going to delete the posts.
Sounds like the type of woman that would flee to California with the kids.
That's exactly,
Yes.
that is exactly the kind of woman this is.
I was praying that this story does not include the fact that they have children.
Do you know what? She doesn't mention if she has children or not. She says, you know what?
Wait. Are you telling me that she's a childless cat lady?
I don't know. Maybe the husband identifies as a cat, but I don't think so if he voted for Trump.
Cats for Trump was a big thing, though. You remember that? There was a
eating the
huge
dogs.
movement. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's
Trump.
right. I forgot about that. Do you think Thanksgiving's going to be shanked by a lot of this kinds of stupidity?
I don't know.
I think we've all kind of been there, done that with these folks. And I mean, just to be honest, I don't know how a guy who would vote for Donald Trump could be married to that.
I don't either.
And I'm not saying anything negative about the Trump supporter. I'm saying that she has escalated her anti-Trumpness to the point now where she's trying to use it as an attack point against her husband.
She's trying to censor his speech.
Exactly.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
She's the wife. The wife is the thought police now.
That's, well, yeah. And you don't see him saying, I don't want you to write for the Huffington Post, a clearly liberal magazine that has been going after Donald Trump for years and years and years. You don't see him saying, you know, stop publishing those stories.
Stop with the fake news.
Stop with the fake news. Yet, you know, she's telling him, take down the post, and he didn't. So I don't know how somebody is married to that. If you're a Trump supporter, I mean, you know, I don't know how you're married to somebody who hates everything you believe.
I don't know how you thrive without a based wife who's going full no dyes in the house and get the fluoride out of the water. Like, that's what you need in life.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Is that how Virginia is?
Speaking
at
from
home?
experience,
Yeah.
yeah.
Love her.
Right on.
That Victoria, she's something else.
She's the
That
one.
Victoria.
She's the one.
Yeah.
No secret there.
I got one thing to say to all you folks. That's it. We're done. Chris Hand, what is coming up in your... No, wait, hold on. Doggone it.
Oh, Dan.
You know what?
You did it in the wrong order.
You guys, yeah, well, you know what?
You know what? I'd also like to put in a request for some theme music when I do my teas. Can we make that happen?
Chris, what's coming up?
Is it in the budget that I get my own theme music?
Clearly it's not.
Well, we're going to talk about the good days for Republicans and the bad days for leftists, and we'll compare and contrast.
Or...
There's your music.
Play that every time it's time for... That'll be my closing comments on a daily basis. Joan, what's coming up?
We'll tell you why the EPA just caused a panic for some Nashvillians. That story's coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:54 on WTN. Stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days. Thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Listen up, homeowners. Dan Mandis here. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you qualify for. This time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait and get your cash fast. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Unapproved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.